Yeah, actually, I'm recording it now. Anyway, I'll tell when the point comes
Yes, sir. Okay.
because I'm just telling you outline of the scope,
Yeah, for
but
sure.
I'll explain it separately.
Yes.
Now, from now it's recording.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the second is normative references. Okay, I said normative references are very simple. Actually, I forgot to share this. Uh,
Okay.
okay, this is ISO 9000 2015. I have this standard. I'll share with you. It
Okay.
contains everything from definitions, vocabulary, and I told you the importance why you should know vocabulary, definitions. Okay, terms and definitions is clause 3.
Yes.
It is all there in ISO 9000. Okay, clause 4, I said it has subclause. Clause 4 is quality management system. Okay,
Yes.
QMS. Clause 4 is what are the general requirements? 4.1. It talks of process approach. I'll tell you what process approach is. Outsource process. Just now I told you what are the outsourced processes. Sterilization is outsourced. Okay, how
Okay.
you should, though it comes under your scope, but how you are controlling sterilization because it is happening in other site, another premises. You should have a control how is the sterilization happening perfectly, completely. What are the controls? Controls in the sense you should have the sterilization validation, you should have sterility test reports. Okay, you should know how many batches run there, all incoming inward register, outward register, how many batches are sterilized, how many devices are sterilized in the batch. Okay, just to know like they are actually sterilized or he is just uh, not sterilizing them and giving it to back. For everything, you should have controls, whatever you outsource. Suppose I am outsourcing some labeling, I'm getting labels and printed, some labeling IFU printed outside.
Yes.
Okay, some companies have their own printing. But when you are getting your labeling and other things printed outside, you should have a control like how is printing. Is the print legible as per required dimensions, as per the required font, okay? Or the space is fine. You need to cross check all that. Do you have the master copy of it? Or he is just printing as he like.
Okay.
So that is called control, whatever you say. Suppose you are having, you are acquiring designs from some other company. So you
Okay.
should have design controls. Suppose I am purchasing controls. I am getting sterilization somewhere third party. So sterilization controls. So controls means you should know exactly what are the activities happening in the outsourced processes. Because
Okay.
if anything goes, you are responsible for that. Because they come under your scope. And secondly, when the auditors come, okay, I say I am getting it sterilized in third party. Okay, they will audit the third party also. Okay,
Okay. Yes.
suppose they say that I am purchasing the raw material here, they will audit that. And when they audit, what they will check? Do you have proper controls? Controls mean the sense you have proper documents to show that you are controlling that process.
Okay.
Is that process under your control or is the process under the control of the third party? Because you need to tell, dictate, and give guidance to that third party that this is what you need to do and this is how we are testing. And
Yes.
again, I am repeating, because it comes under your scope, the manufacturer should hold full responsibility. Okay, that is outsourced processes control. Documented procedures. This I'll discuss, like control of documents, control of records. Okay, risk-based thinking. This I told you morning only. Everywhere you need to apply risk.
Yes.
Okay, risk management. Whether you are doing design and development, you are doing production or post-production activities, whether you are doing purchasing. Because for ISO 13485, risk management is crucial. You need to
Okay.
apply risk everywhere. If you don't apply risk, okay, you will have a lot of problems with non-compliance products, okay, non-conformities that ultimately will come out as rejections in your company. And if you by mistake they go outside your company into the market, okay, they will come as complaints. Okay, once they are complaints, either you need to recall them. Okay, that's why traceability is important. To know if there are 4 5 complaints in a batch, what you will do? In a batch, you find that there are 4 5 complaints which came in a day or two.
Yes.
Immediately, we will recall all the batch.
Yes.
Suppose in that batch there are 1,000 products. Okay, after the hospital used 5 10 products, they said that all 10 devices have some problem in that batch.
Yes, sir.
Then what you will do?
Product recall only. Well, investigate in present.
Yeah, first you
Um,
need to investigate whether that is a real complaint or the problem with the hospital or the doctor or the end user.
and yes.
But yeah, but that step we'll do later, because already there are 10 15 complaints. The first step is you need to recall.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Recall, then do the root cause analysis or investigation.
Yes.
Otherwise, it all it spreads to another 100 people.
Yes.
Don't recall. Like recently it happened with not with medical devices. It happened with pharmaceutical company that is producing cough syrup.
Okay.
Okay, because we don't have traceability, better traceability even in pharmaceuticals. This cough syrup, which is manufactured in Chennai, it contains some more polyethylene glycol, which is very toxic. Okay, that syrup contains more polyethylene glycol,
Okay.
and this is distributed all over India. They have marketing all over India. This Chennai company.
Yes.
Okay, initially 2 3 children died. The small children died after consuming cough syrup, but they are not able to trace. Traceability is not there, like which batches should be recalled or where it is distributed. See, if it is pan India, it could be in Bombay, it could be in Delhi, it could be in Chennai. Which batches went to where? Think
Okay.
it is in India. Suppose if we are distributing in Europe or somewhere globally, it is again very difficult to trace globally. Whether it is in US, or if it is in US, in which city in US, which hospital in US, do you have traceability to recall? So what happened? Because there is a problem with recall of that cough syrup, almost 47 children died.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, these are some of the lessons where you need to learn why traceability is important, to recall immediately if there are few incidents happen, so that it won't spread to other hospitals, or it won't kill more patients, or it won't cause morbidity or suffering to more patients, so that immediately you need to recall. See, this is what we call risk-based thinking.
Okay.
and validation of computer software in QMS. This has become of late, this has become very important. I said, like, there are a lot of SOMED software medical devices coming. Okay. Actually, this next 5 years will be the era of software medical devices. Uh, so you should know how to validate the softwares that are used in these medical devices. Also, softwares used in our QMS. Like in our QMS, some companies have EQMS. Okay, they don't do manual documentation. Everything is digitalized electronic QMS. Okay, all the SOPs, records, documents, everything will be digital. Okay, in India, there are few companies, one, two, I mean, I know like 3, 4 companies. Most of the companies do manual documentation. There are few companies which do digital documentation from their purchasing till their final release of product. Even the traceability of the product they have, it is easy once you adopt to EQMS, electronic quality management system. Apart from that, EQMS, the second is validation of the softwares. Okay, softwares that are used, because you use a lot of softwares in your design and development. Suppose you are using CAD.
Yes.
Have you validated that CAD document that whatever you are doing in CAD is giving right designs? Suppose I am using software for statistical analysis, or I'm using software to calculate the sample sizes. Okay, in QC, like how many samples should I pick up, or in clinical evaluation, or for validation, I use, suppose I have 1,000 batch, how many samples should I pick up? Okay,
Yes.
4% or 10%, which is right, which is wrong. There will be some statistics involved. We use softwares. And I'm going to tell you, like, simple software, like biometric system. Okay, most companies are using biometric system now.
Yes, sir.
And it has a software. Okay, that software has to be validated because it's a part of QMS. Biometric system is a part of QMS because it is showing your attendance.
Yes.
Okay, sometimes what happened is I mean, I have seen in the audits, what happens is that guy is not present. Okay, in biometric, he is absent.
Yes.
In biometric, his attendance is not recorded. But when we check the document, on that day he has signed a lot of documents.
Yes.
Okay, the auditors, what they have done, see, on that particular day, he has signed a lot of documents. Okay, let's check his attendance whether he is present on that day or not. When we check the biometric system, that day is absent.
Yes.
But then how he signed the record? How he signed the document? Then you will get caught. Whether he signed previously or the next day or before, because you can't sign the documents in advance or later. You have to sign the documents on the same day. So something like, I mean, I have literally seen auditors even looking at the attendance records to see whether that guy is present and when he has signed. So auditing will go into such a depth.
Yes, it's happened. Yes.
Okay. Then coming to 4.1, I said is general requirements. 4.2 is documentation requirements. Okay, here you will get quality manual. I will discuss more on quality manual.
Yes.
Okay, mandatory document in QMS structure. This medical device file, we call it as device master file also. But in India, we call it as medical device file. Okay, I mean in CDSCO or IMD or Indian Medical Device Regulations, we
Yes.
call medical device file, but it is also called device master file, which contains design, manufacturing records, all that stuff. Then these two are very, very important. Most of the non-compliances during the audits come from this. Control of documents, control of records. How you are controlling your documents. Suppose you have quality manual, I'll tell you the hierarchy of how the structure of the documents look. Okay. You
Yes.
have quality manual, quality system procedures, SOPs, STPs, standard test procedures, standard operating procedures. Then later you have the
Protocol.
records.
Yes.
Okay. Records could be formats, annexures, all that. How you are controlling them. Okay. If there is some mistake done, are there change controls how you are doing it? If some say in a record something is already, you have recorded some test reports, somebody has entered a wrong report. Okay, will you tear it up and again write a new report?
Now
So
we'll
there is a,
initiate in. Hmm.
yeah, there is a process. Suppose some changes you have made in your process. Suppose in SOP you have made some changes. Okay, how you will introduce the changes? Because you already have the same SOP.
Yes.
For that process, you have an SOP. But due to some advancements or due to some non-compliances, you have to change some of the content in that particular SOP. You can't do as such. You can't say like, uh, I'm changing the SOP, like I'm adding this to, okay, or I'm adding 3, 4 steps in the SOP. You can't do like that. There is a process, like you need to raise a change control. Okay, change document change control you need to raise, and you need to raise a document change control and tell, right, like why you want to make changes. Because just you are free, you don't want to make changes. If somebody is ready, you can't make changes as you like. Okay, somebody
Yes.
has, you need to justify or right, like why I am doing these changes. Point one, what are the changes I am doing? If I do changes, what are these effects that will happen with the SOP? Okay. And once it is finalized, it is written, it is prepared, written, approved, everybody signs the change control, and the change is brought in the SOP. Okay, you have made the changes in the SOP approved by the HOD. You need to circulate that SOP in that particular department or call a meeting. Say that in this particular SOP, these are the changes we have made. So this is the new version or the revision we have made. That is revision 1. Earlier old one is revision 1. The new one is revision 1.1 or revision 2, whatever you call. So the old revision 1, it became an absolute one. Absolute means old one we are not using it. So you need to stamp it as an absolute document, and the new revision one, new document will come into effect. Okay, if you don't do this, what will happen?
Duplicate documents found.
Yeah, if there are duplicate documents, what will happen?
So older version, if he followed some testing activity procedure will be deviated.
Yeah, what happens is when you don't inform and you don't remove the older version as absolute,
Huh.
okay, out of the department, you need to separately segregate what is the old and what is the new and stamp it.
Yes.
Okay, absolute ones are stamped with red.
Okay.
Okay, there are different colors like
Yes.
use red, some master
Green.
copies are used green,
Yes.
control copies are used red.
Yes.
Okay, different colors like I'll tell you. So what happens is suppose if it is not removed from the department, then you will have two documents circulating, the old version and the new version. Some will follow the old version, some will follow the new version, and there will be a lot of confusion.
Okay.
Or all of them will follow the new version, only the HOD knows that there is new version. But you need to inform that the new version has come to the total department, or you have to tell to other people also who are connected to your department that this SOP has changed, or STP has changed, or this format is changed. Suppose if it is a record, the format has been changed, new test has been added, okay? Or if there are change in annexures, you need to tell this annexures are changed. So how you are controlling this is a big thing, because if you don't have control on the documents, control of records, it will create a big havoc in your organization. Like you don't know what is superseded documents, absolute documents, current running documents, what are the master copies. So everybody started using everything and there will be total confusion. Okay.
Yes.
So that is on clause 4, general requirements, documentation requirements. Okay. Clause 5 I said is on management responsibilities. What is management commitment? Commitment in the sense, what is their commitment towards QMS? What they should do to have a proper QMS, healthy QMS. Okay. Customer focus. How should we'll have a lot of customers. The management should work with the customers, how we focus on the customers, how we maintain relation with the customers. Okay, if there are complaints, if there are customer feedbacks, how we take them. Okay, all that will be provided. And management also has to provide quality policy. Maybe check in your company whether you have quality policy. See, you will definitely have quality manual. This is top document,
Yes, sir.
and your company will also have quality policy. Generally, you see quality policy designed by the management, and actually it will be framed and kept in all walls of the company. Okay, check your company quality policy. It will be there in every room. In every department, you will have quality policy. Okay, pasted, or at least in the reception you'll have quality policy, or in your management room you'll have. But it's generally quality policy is there in all departments because it is designed by the manufacturer, and every employee in the company should know what is their quality policy. It is not quality policy of the management, it is the quality policy of the company.
Okay.
It is not quality policy of an individual, it is a quality policy of the company, which means everybody should know what is the quality policy. Even the shop floor employee, sometimes even the what you call, I mean, shop floor or maintenance employees, or I mean, you can learn, you should know it in any language. It's not mandatory that quality policy should be in English. It can be in your local language, any language you understand. Okay. So, because auditors may randomly ask, like, what is your quality policy? I'll tell you in quality policy what are the important things that will be there and you need to remember. Okay, in management, I said 5.1 commitment, customer focus, quality policy. 5.4 is planning, like, see, these are important. Quality objectives. What are quality objectives? So every employee working in your company will have quality objectives. Okay, suppose if you are in QC or you are not especially the individual, but the department will have quality objectives. Suppose there is production. Production, the quality objective of the production is, last year we have a rejection rate of say 10%. Our productivity was 90%, rejection was 10%. 10% is very high. So quality objective of that production or some, in production you'll have a lot of departments.
Yes.
Okay. So in the department, what they'll say, last year it is 10%. This year we are going to reduce the reduction by 5%. Last year it was 10% by 5%. So the productivity will increase. Okay. And say, suppose if you are in QA or QC, what your quality objective will be? Last time we have done QC of 100 devices, say 100 devices, in that we have rejected say 10 devices, because 10 devices are out of specification.
Yes.
But for you, the quality objective is, it's not like you want to reject less, because if they have to be rejected, you'll reject. Your rejection may increase or decrease. But here we are not talking about rejectance, or your quality objective will be, suppose you have rejected 10 pieces, 10%, what your quality objective should be?
It's poor,
What
sir.
would,
Like
so your quality objective is not linked to how many you will reject or how many you will accept. Because if they are to be rejected, you will reject. If it is accepted, you should accept it. Your quality objective will be different. Like, you will segregate. Suppose you have 10% rejected. In the 10%, what you need to do? In this 10%, you need to separate on what basis you have rejected them. Say some of them are rejected because they are out of dimension. Some are rejected because there is some problem with the raw material or thickness of the something like. So you need to separate, like on what basis you have rejected 10%. Okay, it's not like 10% are rejected on only one basis. There will be a lot of reasons you'll reject 10%. If 10 pieces are rejected, okay, some could be because of, say, there could be dark spots here and there, or some will be the outer dimensions are more, some you have inner dimension more, some the lumen size is not as per specification. So you need to separate and finally know which parameter or which defect is causing maximum rejections. Suppose if you have 10 rejections, see 5 rejections, the maximum 5 rejections are happening because of this issue. Or 50% of rejections are happening because of the issue. The OD or the outer diameter is more. In that we are rejecting 50%. So what you will do, you will inform this to your QA that because of this we are rejecting 50%. If you can control, okay, you can tell to the production people because 50% rejections are happening because of this reason. You need to control your OD, have, okay, or validate what is the OD or some parameter. It depends upon your device. What makes it, what makes the rejections more? Why 50-60% rejections are happening of one parameter? That you can convey to the production. Maximum rejections are happening. Of course, there are 1-2 rejections, 1%, 2% happening because of other issues, but maximum rejections are happening of this issue. So this will be conveyed and the team will work, QA, production, QC will work like how once you inform that this is causing, they will find a root cause analysis why this parameter is high or low, and either they do revalidation or they will change the parameter so that the rejection rate will come down. Okay, so every department, suppose I say design and development, they will have quality objectives. Okay, to produce the best prototype, okay, with less residual risk, okay, with a product which is less risk, and do design transfer to production. QA people will have, RA people will have different objectives. Of course, I'll have a list of quality objectives. I'll share that. Quality policy, quality objectives, quality management system planning. Okay, here is responsibility, authority, and communication. This comes under management. What are the responsibilities and authorities of the management? Management representative, how you will appoint a management representative? Okay, what are his duties? What are his responsibilities? What are his authorities? Every company will have a management representative. Okay, what he will be doing? What is his basic duties? Apart from his basic duties, he will have some responsibilities. Okay, and he will have authorities. Okay, I'll tell you the difference between responsibility and authority. These both are different. And internal communication. In your organization, how internal communication will happen? Suppose there is some change that happened in the QMS. How you communicate, how effectively the communication goes. Suppose I say, next month we have internal audit. How you convey it? You'll send the mail or you keep the circular or you keep it on the notice board and you will ask everyone to sign. What is the way of communication? What is the effective way of communication internally? Okay. And this is very important. Management has to review what's happening in the company. What is the production, total production in last 6 months? What is the rejection rate? Okay. What are the complaints? What is the CAPA? What is the internal audit report? Okay. Is there any problem with purchases? What is happening with our regulations? Are we getting new product approvals? And they also should know what are the new regulations that have come. Okay, the management should also should have knowledge on what are the new regulations or new developments that are happening in medical devices. See, the management is not just somebody who gives salaries or who does the funding. I know a lot of manufacturing companies are just commercial, no director or chair. I have seen few companies where the chairman or managing directors have the product knowledge. If they don't have product knowledge, it will be horrible for them to make the employees understand, okay, what you need to purchase, how to improve the QMS, new equipment, what we need to purchase. All this has to be discussed. Importantly, the complaints, okay, the new developments, what happened to the internal audit report, how many NCs have come in, how you close the NCs, when are the next audits, have we got any new certifications, new product approvals. Okay, all this will be discussed in the management review. And this we have review input. What are the inputs? Okay, inputs are the one which I have said. What is the production happened? What is this rejection rates or productivity? What happened to internal audit? Okay, what happened to complaints? How many complaints have come? Why they have come? Okay, do you have any customer feedback? There are lot of inputs that the employees or the departments has to give to the management, so they will review, and based on the review they will give the output. Okay, whether you need new equipment or manpower, all this stuff. Then with timelines, with defined timelines, you need to close the outputs. It's not like you keep it pending. I say I want manpower in QC, three employees, okay, by next June. So they need to take action. By next June ending, I should have three. So this will be conveyed to HR. HR will take proper action, or he calls or he advertises in LinkedIn or paper somewhere, he calls for interviews. So within definite timelines, whatever is reviewed has to happen. Sixth is resource management. Okay. As I said, provisions of resources. What are the resources, from where you will collect the resources? First one is human resource. Compared to everything, human resource is very important. Okay. Compared to infrastructure also. Infrastructure, you can get infrastructure buildings anywhere. Okay, if you have money, you can build a big infrastructure facility. Okay. Or if you have money, you can have two, three manufacturing facilities. You can have anything. But why infrastructure is given second is, though you may have a great infrastructure, the best, the most costly infrastructure, well constructed, but if you don't have competent manpower, your infrastructure is waste. So importantly, you should have competent manpower. Okay, manpower who can really work on those. Just having infrastructure is not enough. So human resources are very important. They should be competent, skilled, and based on the new changes that are happening, they should be trained. Okay, there should be upskilling. Training is very, very important for employees. Actually, the company has to take up all these activities on periodic training. Suppose if you are joining new, okay, they should train on some of the things. For every new employee, there will be a training protocol. After training, then you will have some skill-based training. After skill-based training, after a couple of months, a couple of years, you will have some training on more advanced training. Okay, and the awareness. awareness is something like on what is this QMS, okay, what is risk management, okay, the awareness on the company, the systems that are the company is following, the company is managing, awareness on, okay, having clean rooms, how you have to enter the clean room, you can't directly walk in, what are the procedures to enter into clean room, how to enter into a sterile manufacturing area, all this awareness training, all that has to be provided by the company. That's on human resources. Infrastructure, I said, buildings, workspace, utilities, equipment, all this comes under infrastructure. Then the work environment and contamination control. Okay, you have infrastructure, you have manpower, but the work environment, how it should be, is the environment. You see, you have you have a raw material store, you have finished goods store, you have manufacturing area, production area, different areas, different production areas, like some do some components. There will be 10-3 machines or 10-30 machines doing some manufacturing. Then there will be assembly. How to construct, how to have environmental control, how to have the flow of material. See, it is always advised to have unidirectional flow of material. Okay, suppose I have my finished raw material stores. From raw material stores, I do some testing, I keep some quarantine. Once I approve the material, okay, whatever is required for that quantity of material required for that day for production, I will give. Okay, not extra. If there is extra, then it will remain in the production area. Sometimes the production people won't return it back. They'll keep it in that. So whatever is required should be given to the production, and it should be unidirectional. Suppose my production is happening and there are 2-3 components that are coming, that should be unidirectional. It should flow only on one side. It should not be bidirectional, that again it comes back. The problem one, why it should be unidirectional is, okay, it will avoid mix up. Suppose some material comes back, then you don't know whether it's accepted piece or rejected piece until you label them. There will be a confusion. Okay, mainly the components. I have seen many a times. Sometimes the rejected piece will enter as an accepted piece. Once the rejected goes as an accepted one, a component which is rejected goes as an accepted component. What happens? The device will fail. So there will be mix up. So to avoid mix up, your production line should run unidirectionally. Once the production line runs, then there should be assembly line. Where the assembly line happens, then there will be 2-3 assembly lines that should happen unidirectionally. Okay, in between you have in process QC. Then you have a line that tests for final QC. After final QC, okay, then you have the packing. If it is a sterile one, you do tie-back packing, final packing. Then if you have sterilization, then it will go to the sterilization unit. After the sterilization unit, when it is sterilized, it is goes to the finished goods stores. From finished goods stores, it goes for the dispatch to outside. So it should be designed in such a fashion, and it has to be designed in such a fashion keeping in view the material what you are using. Suppose I am using some polymers, biodegradable polymers which are temperature sensitive. So what are the environmental conditions? I need to store it below 25 degrees. Okay, what is the humidity? Maybe 50 degrees or less than 50 degrees. So that's Raw materials store should have the temperature. What is the temperature that has to be maintained? Production, assembly rooms, sterilization, finished goods. Okay, all this has to be maintained. Suppose this manufacturing is happening in clean rooms. You need lot of, because clean rooms have lot of HVAC systems, air filters. So you need continuous monitoring of what is the humidity pressure inside the clean rooms. If it is class 100 or class 1000, class 100 is very, very rare because it is mainly used for injectables or general people use class 1000 or class 10,000, class 1 lakh. Corridors will be generally class 10 lakh. So you need to have validation of HVAC systems every 2-3 months, and microbiology people should count what is the bioburden. Okay, every weekly, what is the bioburden in the clean rooms? Because the clean rooms are very conducible for growth of bacteria and fungus because their temperature is low with lot of moisture. Okay, and that will cause lot of growth of. So every time you need to check what is the particulate count. Okay, air particles, how many coming, what is the bioburden, and mainly you need to look at the man material movement. Okay, how the material is coming. You have pause boxes, how the material is coming inside, how the material is moving outside. You can't do as you like in clean rooms. There is a structured way. Okay, in clean rooms, how the man movement is happening, how they are going out. Because I know like material and man movement carry lot of microorganisms and particulate matter. Okay, of course you wear clean room dress, clean room gowns, cap, all this stuff, but still you carry lot of debris from your skin, lot of particles. And when you're transferring your material inside the production room in clean rooms, it carries lot of dust particles. Of course, you have pass boxes, okay, but still all this is what I am talking on: environmental conditions, cleanliness of the product, okay, microbial control. What is the cleanliness of the product? If the clean room is clean, the product will have less bioburden, less particle size, particle count. Okay, microbial control. What are the bioburden? What is the bioburden on the device? Of course, you may do sterilization. But though if the bioburden is more, the sterilization will fail. Because when the microorganisms are, if there is more bioburden or more organisms, when you sterilize, the organisms will die. But these organisms will convert into endotoxins. Okay. Then you need to check, say in microbiology, we do basically 3 tests. One is whether the product is sterile or not. Second is if it is sterile, what is the bioburden? Okay, then we do what is called endotoxin test. What happens is if the bioburden is more, after the organism, it may be sterile. But if the bioburden is more, all those bioburden which is killed during sterilization will turn into endotoxins. Endotoxins are more dangerous. Okay, once the endotoxins enter into your body, they cause something like systemic or what we call sepsis, septimia. They infect whole of the body and cause sepsis. Sepsis is infection of the blood. Endotoxins are very dangerous. They cause, high temperature in your body. So you need to be So in resource management, we'll be looking at, okay, basically human resource, infrastructure, work environment, and contamination control. So we will be discussing today on this clause 4, 5, and 6. 7 and 8 we'll discuss tomorrow. Of course, we'll discuss on scope, clause 1 scope, nothing much on clause 2 and 3. 4 is important, 5 is important, 6 is important. 7, 8 are very, very important and they are very big. See, product realization, planning of production, customer related process, design and development, purchasing, okay, production and service control. Control of non-conforming measuring products. The eighth is measurement analysis improvement. Okay, monitoring and measurement, customer feedback, complaint handling, regulated reporting to regulatory authorities, internal auditing, monitoring and measurement of processes, monitoring measurement of product, how you are controlling non-conforming product, how you are segregating identification, rework, recall procedures. This is very important. Analysis of data, trend analysis, decision, improvements, general COPPA, preventive actions. So this is 7th and 8th will be interesting, but they are very, very big. That will come out tomorrow. 6th, 5th, 4th, okay, and scope will cover today. It's already 3:20. Of course, don't worry about time. Okay, if required, we'll take half an hour more, but we'll complete this today. Of
Yes.
course, lot of things I told you in the morning only. Okay. Actually, scope I explained it in detail, like what is that applicable, second is not applicable, third is excluded, and I told you very categorically all outsourced process are will come into your scope.
Okay.
Okay, it is your responsibility, manufacturer responsibility. You should have controls on controls means documented procedures, records. You should have records, procedures for all outsourced processes. Okay, whether it's sterilization, design development, or purchasing, supplier evaluation, like vendor qualification, supplier, I'll tell you all this. Okay. So I'm coming to scope one. I'll share all this documentation. I mean, whatever I have showed, I'll share it by tonight.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So in meantime, you go through this.
I did.
Maybe tonight or tomorrow you go through this.
Okay. Sir, here there is no any classifications won't come like medical device in that guidelines, sir. Class 1, 2, 3, or either as
Yeah,
FDA or
that
CDC.
actually in ISO 13485, they don't give classification. But
Okay.
I'll tell you classification in how in India the classification is done, how in Europe classification is done.
Oh,
Say India has a very different system of classification. We go for with alphabets. Okay, class A, class B, class C, class D. Okay, in Europe they go with numericals. They have class 1, class 2, class 3.
yes.
Also they follow class 1, class 2, class 3. Okay, only in India and in Australia they have class A, B, C, D. Australia has also A, B, C, D. Okay,
Even Europe also
but
1, 2, 3, 4, na, sir.
which one?
Europe also having
Yeah,
four
Europe also
class
class
2,
1,
2.
2, 3.
Huh.
In class 2, they have class
2.
2A, class 2B.
Ah, yes, sir. Like they do.
But Venkatesh, the point is whether you do class 1, class 2, class 3, or class A, or class B, or class C, or class
Huh.
D, everything is based on risk.
Yes.
All
Okay.
the classifications are based on risk of the device. Okay,
Okay.
if the device has low risk, they come under class A or class B.
Yes.
Okay, in US or in Europe, if they have low risk, they come under class 1. Okay,
Yes.
if the device has highest risk, they come under class D. In India, in Europe and US, they come under class 3. Okay, highest risk.
Okay.
So, bottom line classification is based on risk of with associated with risk of the device. Whatever numerical you give alphabet or you give numbering system, numer 1, 2, 3 or A, B, C, D. That is for us. But to understand the basic concept, it is like risk-based classification.
Yes.
Oh, is your PG hot? Summer? Bangalore is not so hot, no?
Like 2 days, it's rain is there somewhat light, but today again it's become hot.
Yeah, yesterday night there was too much rain, even
Uh,
in Hyderabad.
yes, sir. Heavy
The
rain is
problem
there.
is when, yeah, if it has to be a continuous rain or drizzling like for 2, 3 days. If it rains for only 1 hour, no, next day there will
Yes.
be lot of humidity.
Yes, sir.
See, next day there will be sun out and only you have 1 hour rain. All the water now it will come out. I mean, it will come out vapor from the earth and it will cause lot of humidity. And it's like on the seashores.
Yes,
Like
sir.
like in Chennai, you will feel it. In Vizag, you will feel this.
That one heavy humidity is the seaside. We don't have any here sea beach also. That's
Yeah,
why.
I know. Like I stayed in Bangalore for some time.
Okay, sir.
I like Bangalore,
Sir.
but I hate Chennai. Like I
No,
hate the weather.
so here weather is good, sir. Even though in our native, like nearly 45 degrees there in Gulbarga, like now present.
Yeah, yeah. Gulbarga is very hot and
Uh,
yeah, I traveled. I was there in Gulbarga a couple of times. I know it very well. It's very near to Hyderabad.
yes, it's like 3, 4, 5 hours journey, 4 max
Yeah, yeah.
hours.
But I know like Bangalore has very good climate. It
Yes, sir.
doesn't cross easily 35 or 36, 37.
No,
Maximum
no, no.
will be 30.
Yes. Max,
Yeah,
max.
it's out. Yeah, max like. Even Hyderabad used to have good because of too much of these concrete buildings, flyovers, pollution. Now it has touched 39. Earlier it is also good like because Hyderabad lies in low to the sea level. Compared to sea level, it's low. I mean, so you don't find so much of winds because of this El Nino effect. You know El Nino effect?
No, sir. Where? What?
This El Nino effect is because of the global warming. What happened is generally the sea water, no,
Hi.
uh, the sea ocean water generally will have 15 degrees temperature
Okay.
or the surface of sea water.
Okay. Okay.
But that because of El Nino effect, what happened is no, because of global warming, this surface sea water temperature raised by 3 degrees.
Okay.
Okay, now it has become 18 degrees.
Yes.
And this is called El Nino effect. See, when seawater temperature increases, when the wind flows no, from the oceans into the land,
Yes.
okay, you will get very warm current. Okay, into the
Yes.
land, you get very warm, like something like in from deserts, how you get the warm winds into the land. Like say, when I was in Ahmedabad, we used to have uh, two summers. Okay, one summer is generally the conventional summer. Second summer is because Rajasthan is very near the deserts there, because of the winds that come from deserts towards from Rajasthan into Ahmedabad.
Okay.
Uh, That is second summer. It will stay for 2 months. So like that in sea water also, because its temperature has increased, okay, there will be warm winds coming onto the land.
Yes.
More importantly, these warm winds will affect the monsoons.
Okay.
Okay, that's why this year rainfall prediction we may have very early monsoon, maybe by June. Sorry, June first week you will have already it entered Kerala.
Okay.
Okay, but quick monsoon, monsoon very soon, but very less monsoon, low rainfall.
Yes.
That's a problem, and this El Nino has a lot of effect because of the global warming. Even sea temperatures are increasing. What to do?
Yes, sir. Like it's fluctuating continuously day by day.
Yeah, it's very bad. Like uh, somebody has to take seriously this climate change. Actually, the problem is in India we don't understand until it goes to the critical stage.
Yes, sir. Everybody focusing politics only. Just not take care of nature.
Yeah, no importance to climate, no importance to healthcare, no importance to education.
Yes, yes. Casteism, national, that is
Yes.
only politician.
Okay, we'll start with clause one. I think some of the points I already discussed.
Yes, sir.
But Venkatesh, would you like to go for coffee?
Yes, sir.
Coffee.
I will go. I will come, sir. Like in downside, I
Yeah,
will go for tea.
yeah, go and come quickly.
Okay, sir.
We'll complete this clause one, two, and three are not much.
Okay,
Okay,
sir.
four, six will focus, though it may be 5:30 or six. Complete that.
Okay, sir.
Tomorrow we'll completely dedicate on seven and eight.
Okay, sir. Sure, sure.
It takes more time today also. Today,
Sir. Okay.
don't worry. I mean, we'll cover if it is six or even 6:30.
Okay, sure, sir. Sure.
Fine. Go for a quick break. Come back in 10 minutes.
Okay, sir. Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Meanwhile, I'll switch on my AC.
Okay, sir, sure. Okay,
Very hot, like.
bye, sir.
Yeah.
Hi, sir. Hi, sir.
Can you see my screen?
It's visible.
Yeah, this is what I told ISO 9000 because this involves clause 2 and clause 3. This is the normative reference and the edition is 2015,
Okay.
fourth edition, 2015. Okay. Quality management systems, fundamentals and vocabulary. It contains everything. Okay, just the contents, fundamental concepts. Okay, it talks of the same thing like what we study in ISO 13485, but more on terms related to this is important terms and definitions.
Okay.
Okay, like what is involvement, engagement, all are not important, but when you write a QS SOP, okay, you need to include all these words.
Yes.
Suppose I'll show you one SOP. Here, fourth one is definition. No, I'll show it later. Actually, I opened a lot of documents.
Okay, sir.
Okay, this all you have the definitions. So you keep it as a pocketbook for you whenever you find, when you write an SOP, all this, you have to keep, okay, what is the product, what is service, what is output, all definitions will be there here.
Okay.
Of course, I'll share this and lot of other things tonight.
Okay. That what is that blue highlighted, sir? What content?
What is that?
Blue header contents. What's it mean? Like in the 3.1.2, like blue, it's highlighted. What it mean? In
No, I need to check see some very important I highlight. In
Mhm.
definitions,
Mhm.
see it's not important that we need to read all definitions.
Huh.
Okay, what are important like what is medical device, what is installation, what is service, what is distribution, okay, what is installation, what is manufacturer, that some very important things we need to read.
Okay. That
Okay, we
yesterday
go.
you shared, that is like important things only, sir. Or again it will shortlist.
No, yesterday I shared a handbook. I mean,
Handbook you shared. What?
yeah, it is something total. I mean, it will be reference book for you. Don't read all that.
Okay, sir. Okay.
See, you only read the documents which I am sharing. That is the
Okay.
standard.
Okay.
Okay, if you read that, you don't understand anything, and it
Yes.
will take a lot of time. You
Time.
share
Yes.
the documents which I will be sharing.
Okay.
Okay, and documents in the sense whatever I discuss with you, I'll be sharing
Okay, sir.
so that you can understand them better.
Yes, sir. Is it in PPT or like normal document?
No, some are in Word, some are in PDF.
Okay, sir.
No, I basically don't convert them into PDF
Okay, sir.
because if I want to make any changes in PDF, it won't take. So
Yes, sir.
basically, I keep maximum of my documents in Word only so that I can make any changes as required. Then only once I finalize everything, I convert them into PDF.
Okay, sir.
Actually, I don't know what happened today. The system is very slow.
Okay.
I think I need to improve the RAM, change the RAM.
Okay.
See, this is scope, clause 1. So, clause 1 defines what the standard covers, what it is not cover, and what it applies. This is what I told to you. Clause 1 tells, okay, what your company covers. The standard covers means your manufacturing organization is involved in, and what it does not cover means what are excluded. Third thing, what it applies are not applicable. Okay, I told you, no, some installation servicing, these are not applicable.
Yes.
Okay, some which covers, which does not cover, or suppose R&D you are not covering, design and development is not covered, distribution is not covered for some companies. Okay, sterilization is not covered for some companies. So that are excluded. So Venkatesh, you need to remember only three things in here.
Okay.
In clause 1, what is applicable for the organization? 1.
Okay.
What are excluded in the organization? Third, what is not applicable in the organization?
Okay.
Okay. So first you need to write what are applicable. Like, okay, design and development, it is there. Manufacturing, it is there. Okay, then distribution, it is there. Sterilization, it is there. or first comes sterilization, then distribution it is there, then you name the devices. Okay, distribution of diabetic pens, or if they have some common name, common nomenclature, you can use. Like I said, no, cardiovascular devices or critical care devices, nephrological devices. Okay, as per EUMDR regulations or IMDR regulations or USFDA regulations. Okay, then you come to see, once I show you the quality manual, you'll understand. Then you come to, first you are written what is applicable. Second, you come to what is excluded. Okay, suppose if you don't have design and development, you say that it is excluded because you can write, see, whatever is excluded, you need to give justification. Just writing excluded means the auditor will ask question, why you have excluded this? So before the auditor asks, you should write justification, because this activity is not there in our organization. We are not undertaking design and development in our company. Okay, suppose sterilization. Our devices, this is excluded because our devices are unsterile. So we don't sterilize them. Okay, something not applicable. I say installation, servicing, these are not applicable because our devices doesn't have installation servicing activities. Okay, you can list down. I'll show you an example like how it has to be written with justification. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So QMS standard specifically tailored to medical devices, this we discussed. ISO is specific for medical devices, exclusively for medical devices and only tailored for medical devices. Okay. The intent of class 1, to whom it is applicable to manufacture medical devices. Okay. All those who manufacture medical devices has to use 13485, ISO 13485. For design and development of devices, you have to use ISO 13485. In the sense, suppose you are only doing design and development of medical devices, you are not manufacturing. You have an organization, you are designing and developing medical devices. Okay. So you should, if you are only doing that also, design and development, still you should have ISO 13485 certification. ISO 13485 you should have for manufacturing, and even for distribution also you should have 13485. Okay. Suppose if you are performing sterilization, packing and servicing, you should have 13485. Okay, provide associated services, software calibration and testing, because calibration and testing, there will be some third parties who do this. Software validations, calibrations, testing. Okay, some of the equipment are calibrated by third party. Suppose some pH meters, HPLC and all that, some equipment will be calibrated by third party. Suppose HVAC you have, air handling units are in clean rooms. There they do particle count and all this. They should have ISO 13485. Okay, even testing laboratories. You have a lot of testing laboratories like in vitro testing laboratories, biocompatibility testing laboratories. Okay, or there are a lot of testing laboratories like bioanalytic testing laboratories, bioanalytical, like those who have HPLC or LCMS, analytical testing, all of them should have ISO 13485. Okay. Supply component and assemblies to device OEMs. Suppose if you are manufacturing only components, not full device. If you are only manufacturing components or sub-assemblies, still you should have ISO 13485. Have understood my point? So all this, those who are manufacturing medical devices, design and development of medical devices, those who are performing sterilization, packing, servicing activities of medical devices, okay, those service associated, okay, they do a lot of services, software calibration testing of medical devices. Those who supply components, manufacture and supply components, sub-assemblies, all of them should have ISO 13485. If they are not having ISO 13485, they should not do all this. Okay. So it focuses on regulatory requirement, risk management, process control, traceability, patient safety. So ISO we also discussed like it is interlinked. Okay. Here we are talking about ISO 13485. Of course, it is an independent standalone document, global regulatory QMS. But this ISO 13485 is linked with regulatory requirements. Suppose India has IMDR, Indian Medical Device Regulations 2017. So you need to link, okay, integrate your IMDR 2017 with ISO 13485. Okay, though you may say that I have ISO 13485, ISO 13485 talks about the standard, how your QMS works. Your QMS is fine, but in your QMS, you have a facility, you have a QMS, but there you need to manufacture some devices. Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
So, if you want to manufacture devices, for manufacturing of devices, you will have some regulations. Am I right? See, ISO is an QMS system, quality management system, how to manufacture quality devices. That is the duty of ISO 13485. But for you to manufacture any device, you will have regulations. You know regulations? You have European regulation, EU MDR 2017. There are US FDA regulations. See, standards are different from regulations. Regulations will be country specific, but the standard is only one. ISO 13485 is a global standard, but regulations will be country specific. Okay, suppose in India we have Indian medical device regulation. So suppose I want to manufacture some sterile cotton. So I apply manufacturing license to CDSCO. Okay, it comes under class A. I am manufacturer. Oh, he will give, I'll submit him, okay, device master file that this is how from cellulose, this is the source, how I manufacture, how I sterilize. Okay, all the process I'll give him and what are the tests I perform, how I do sterilization. Okay, all this I will document it in the form of device master file and submit to the CDSCO. Then the CDSCO, how I document? I document as per Indian regulations. Okay, there are regulations, IMDR regulations, which says that Okay, your classification is this. For DMF, you need to do the technical file, risk management file, usability engineering, how your sterilization, validation, all that. Okay, what is the intended use, indication of use, what is the expiry date, how you are packing, how you are labeling. That are all regulations. Okay, once I submit that to the CDSCO, that is generally we submit to CLA. CLA is Central Licensing Authority, that is in Delhi. There will be two which can grant approval. One is SLA, that is State Licensing Authority, which will be there in the states. State Licensing Authority generally will be in the capital city of that state. CLA is central, that will be there in Delhi. So SLA will give approval for low risk devices. State will give, suppose mine is class A and class B. I submit to the state. These are low risk. So SLA will review the documents and they may come to audit and give me manufacturing license. But if it is class C and D, high risk devices or moderate risk or high risk devices, I need to submit it to the center, that is CLA. Then they give me manufacturing license. How I submit, how I prepare my documentation based on the regulations. Okay, India has regulations, IMDR regulations. Based on that, I'll prepare all my documents and submit. When I submit, they ask, do you have ISO 13485? Then I say I have ISO 13485. So before submitting your application for manufacturing license, you should have ISO 13485 for your company. So once you apply and say I have ISO 13485 certification, then they give manufacturing license. Then you start manufacturing. That is the regulatory part. This is the quality part. Quality system part is QMS 13485. Okay. So I start manufacturing my device. Okay. Based on what I have submitted. I get cellulose. But when I get cellulose, here there will be a purchasing process. See, I said like I'm going to manufacture cotton through cellulose. But for getting cellulose, QMS says, what QMS says, you have a purchasing process. Clause 7.4 is the purchasing process. How you will purchase cellulose? First, you need to audit the company which is providing the cellulose. Then you have to test the cellulose, whether it is right material or inferior material. Okay. Do vendor qualification. You need to qualify 2-3 vendors or suppliers. Then you bring it. First, you test your cellulose here. If it passes all the tests, see, these are all regulations of the QMS to maintain the quality. Okay. Then once you start manufacturing, then you have production. In production, the regulations will tell how to do validation. Okay. And some of the QMS also tells you what are the validation parameters. Okay. And at the end, the regulations will tell you what should be the final product specifications. The regulations will tell. QMS won't tell. Okay. For a cotton, what is the fiber length? What is the fiber thickness? What should be the absorption capacity? Okay. And what is, it should not remain, is it biodegradable or it can be there in the body? So there will be a lot of parameters where the regulations will tell you, not the QMS. QMS tell you how to produce a quality device, whether it's a cotton or it's insulin pen or it could be coronary stent or a heart valve or a robotic surgery device. Okay, from low risk to high risk, QMS tells you what are the steps you need to follow to produce a quality medical device. But the whole process of manufacturing, okay, and the technical specifications will be there in the DMF, the regulatory files, which tests you need to perform. So, in any organization, it is the combination of the QMS and your device regulations and your QMS both has to go hand in hand to produce a quality medical device. That's why I told you, see, for medical devices also we write risk management. Okay, suppose in risk management for medical devices, okay, there is problem with raw material, what will happen? Okay, if there is problem with designs, what will happen? If there's problem with biocompatibility studies, if you are not done clinical evaluation or in vitro testing, what are the risks? So in risk management, you need to see as two systems. Risk management of the device, okay, that means the risk which comes from the device and the risk that comes from the quality management system if you are not following properly. Are you able to get my point?
Yes, sir.
You
One
have
doubt, sir.
any?
Hi.
Yeah.
Sir, we are having a vendor, sir, like maybe maybe BD, Becton Dickinson. So we will take a components, pen components like pen cap, cartridge holder, body sub assembly. It's a separate. Like and they that company also need to qualify ISO 13485.
Yes, yes,
And
yes. They should have ISO 13485.
okay, and some of we like products are there. We are manufacturing, but we are having already certificate 13485 marketed by other company will do. They also having to take a certification.
Yeah,
Market.
they need to take certification because see, the distribution
Final.
company should also have ISO 13485, but it comes in a different form. See, if you look at MD forms, IMDR, the MD form which you get, it called medical device form for getting distribution, for doing distribution. But still
Okay.
they should have ISO 13485. See, ISO 13485, why it is important is they are not doing any manufacturing, but they are doing only distribution.
Okay.
Okay. When they are distribution, they should have documentation control. Their documentation has to be perfect. And when they are distribution, they also need to do some PMS activity. See, some part of the QMS will come.
Yes.
See, distribution they are doing like how many devices I got into my stores in distribution. They have to record it. Which hospitals I am sending these devices. They have to record it. All this documentation has to be maintained. It comes under clause 4. Documentation control. Okay, controller documents. So they should follow clause 4.
Okay.
Cannot follow other like clause 7, that is not applicable. But some part of clause 8 is applicable for them because they are distributing them.
Yes.
They should have the traceability, which
Measuring.
hospital they have given, okay, which batch I have given. If there is any problem, how can I recall? Okay, if there is a complaint, distributor won't address the complaints. He will come
Yes.
back to the manufacturer. So he should have a traceability like, okay, this batch I have sent and this batch has a complaint. So he will send the complaint, everything to the manufacturer. So that is traceability. So he also need to work on some customer feedbacks. See, he will be having traceability. He has to collect customer feedbacks. Okay. He has to handle the complaints. He has to work on the trend analysis. He has to do a lot of documentation. So for him, some clause of ISO 13485 are applicable. So he should also have 13485. Coming to the components, okay, here components are very critical. Okay, where you categorize them at critical components or high critical components, medium critical and low critical. Suppose there are components which are highly critical and you are outsourcing. These highly critical components should have ISO 13485. Why we are calling them highly critical components? Because these components, if they fail in the device, the whole device fails. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Say if one component fails, the whole device may fail.
It's effect to patient in.
Yeah, it will affect the patient.
Yes.
So based on the risk of the component, you should decide whether they should have ISO 13485 or not. Suppose I am just using some cap or something which may not affect the device. I mean the function of the device. Okay, just for protecting the device, I am using some cover or something like that. It may not be critical component, it's only just a cover. Suppose I have some carton boxes. Carton boxes should not have, there's not necessary to have ISO 13485. They're only for transportation.
Yes, sir.
So you need to decide like what are the critical components which affects the function, safety and performance of my device and in turn may affect the patient safety. Did you get my point?
Yes, sir.
So you need, I mean, you should be able to judge like what are the critical components in, I mean, like in purchasing also you have different categories. Okay. Like critical suppliers, critical raw material suppliers, where you need to be very careful because that raw material you are getting is very critical for your device. Okay, there will be some raw materials which are very critical for the device which dictate the function of the device. Suppose you are getting some polymer to prepare your insulin pen, because you extrude it or you do some molding of it, you extrude it. That material is very critical. You, but there will be some low or what we call very low critical material They may not be so important, like say some hubs we use, some covering sheet we use, just to protect the device we use. That may not be, for that, I mean, you can give relaxation saying that, okay, if you have 9001, it is fine, not necessarily to have 13485. But when you come to, again, I'm repeating, when you come to some critical components, critical suppliers, okay, critical processes like sterilization process, definitely you should have 13485. Design and development, very critical. You should have 13485. Okay. High risk critical processes, high risk critical material, high risk critical processes, I said, like sterilization. Okay. You should have 13485. Otherwise, the auditor will straight away will reject or will give NC. So what I am trying to say here is the regulatory requirements are always, suppose in India I told you, you get manufacturing license from CDSCO and you start manufacturing in an ISO 13485 certified company. So what is happening here? There is a quality system QMS, okay, there is a regulatory system, regulations IMDR 2017. So you are manufacturing these devices in a QMS system. So that you produce quality devices. Suppose I have ISO 13485. Forget about India. I got CE certification from Europe. Okay, I manufacture those devices, okay, as per the regulations of Europe. Because regulations of Europe are different from regulations of India. Regulations of US are different from regulations of India. Okay, but still, because I have ISO 13485 and I get CE approval from Europe, I still can manufacture them in the ISO 13485 certified company. I don't change much of the system. Maybe there could be few changes I'll make, like say EU regulations or Europe regulations ask for more tests, more biocompatibility studies, strict validations compared to India. So I have to do that. FDA, I said US FDA asked for more more emphasis on design and development. Okay, then I'll strengthen my R&D to to do very systematically. When I come to class 7, I'll tell you 6-7 steps how to work on design and development and the documentation. Suppose I say Australia, they are very stringent on microbial contamination, all that environmental monitoring, which comes under class 6. So I will be very careful that I will daily monitor, even my mopping also will be very clean. Okay, the personnel who are mopping, and every day I'll check the bioburden, every day I'll check the particulate count in the clean rooms. I'll see that absolutely there are sterile, less bioburden, maximum possible. And I'll also keep testing the bioburden on the devices so that the devices won't have any microbes. This is what Australia wants. They emphasize more on clause 6. United States emphasizes more on clause 7, that to 7.1, sorry, 7.2 on design and development. Okay, Brazil emphasizes more on risk management. Europe emphasizes more on clinical evaluation, okay, and PMS. So PMS is clause 8, measuring, monitoring, analysis. So my basic foundation is 13485. In this QMS system, I will be manufacturing devices based on the regulation, based on the approval, whether I get from India or whether I get CE marking from US, Europe, or 510K from US. Okay, but there will be some areas where you need to stress more. Okay, some validations will be very stringent. They'll ask a lot of questions. More stringent one is the Europe. Europe regulations are very stringent, EU MDR. And to me, IMDR Indian regulations are not so stringent. I'm not underestimating India or Indian regulations because we started very late in regulating medical devices. We started in 2017. But for US, they started 50 years back. Okay, they have a FDA, okay, and FD&C, Food, Drug and Cosmetics. That is 50 years back. And Europe started 30 years back on regulations on medical devices. India started some, say, 8 years back. We got medical device bill passed in parliament in 2017. So it's almost less than 9 years. So we need to make sure we are doing it. We are acting very fast. So there will be a lot of regulations will be coming in India. Okay, that's why I said QMS also focus on regulatory requirements of specific country, risk management, process controls. Okay, what are the controls you have on outsource process? Traceability. Why all this? Because end of the day for us, patient safety is important. Whatever we do, okay, end of the day, we need to address the patient safety. Okay, whether it's risk management, process control, traceability, regulatory requirements, PDCS cycle, validations, all this stuff. Okay. See, I already discussed ISO 134 is product life cycle centric. You need to have throughout the product life cycle, like from your raw material or your design and development, raw material production, post production, QA, QC, sterilization, dispatch. Once it enters into the market, the PMS, like customer feedback, complaints, CAPA, in which hospital it is going, which patient it is implanted. So all that product life cycle centric. Risk management, we already discussed. Okay. And QMS must be consistently meeting regulatory requirements. Just now I told, every country has the regulatory requirements. So based on the regulatory requirements, our QMS has to be modified. Okay, organization may exclude design and development. This is one I said, like you can exclude, because if you are not doing any design and development, you can exclude them. Okay, exclusion must be justified. Again, I am telling you, just writing I am excluding design and development doesn't end the story there. You need to justify why I am excluding design and development. Provide proper justification or justify objectively why you have excluded them. Okay, if it is not applicable also, you need to justify why you have. Earlier people used to write just like design and development excluded, installation, servicing, sterilization not applicable. But now the law regulations have become stringent. You need to write why you have excluded, justify them. Okay, if they are not applicable, justify them why they are not applicable. Okay, regulatory linkage, I already told you. QMS is always linked with all regulations. Okay, whether it's UMDR or USFDA, IMDR, this is India. So QMS ISO 13485 should complement country specific regulations, whether it's Europe or India or any country, Australia, that this, it should complement, they should work hand in hand to produce quality products. Okay. Clause 1 binds ISO and directly to regulatory expectations. Again, this is regarding regulatory. QMS effectiveness, ability to comply with regulatory requirement. So overall, when regulations and QMS meet, okay, and they mutually work together, then only you will get a safe product and your QMS will be very effective. But if you separate QMS from the regulations, okay, it will be a disaster. Always the country specific regulations and the QMS 13485 has to work hand in hand, okay, to produce the best quality product, okay, with safety and performance. That will complement each other. Like end of the day, your QMS will be effective, okay. On the other side, your device will be safe. And I told you what are the things that can be excluded. Let's see what cannot be excluded. See, risk you can't exclude. This is, I said, is the pillar of ISO. Traceability you can't exclude from 13485. Performance, safety, feedback, complaints, CAPA. All these things you can't exclude from 13485 because these are very basic things which talks about the patient, gives feedback on your device, how it is working. Okay, risk, traceability, what is performance of the device, safety of the device, feedback, customer feedbacks, complaints, CAPA. These are such essential things you can't exclude from 13485. Okay. Some servicing, if it is, you cannot exclude if it is an equipment you need to do servicing, periodic servicing, like we call field safety corrective actions, FSCA. If there is problem with the equipment, the servicing maintenance guys goes there and know that servicing, that cannot be excluded. Sterilization, if applicable. Suppose if you are producing sterile medical devices, sterilization can't be excluded. Suppose sterilization may happen in your premises, in your organization, that is fine. Or if you are getting it done somewhere in the third party, it is also fine. But as I said, it comes under the scope of your organization only. If you are doing it in the third party, you should have controls, sterilization controls, so that whatever sterility activity that is happening, you are monitoring it through controls, through documentations. Okay, because your scope is sterile devices. The best thing is instead of outsourcing, better to have sterilization facility in your own organization. Because see, autoclaving, ETOs, gaseous sterilization, these are very, very simple. Except gamma sterilization, which is very costly. Only few companies have it. Most of the companies outsource gamma sterilization because you need to be very, you should not expose to gamma sterilization because the gamma rays are very harmful. Okay, risk-based applicability. the organization to apply processes proportionate to the risk. Even as I said, classification depends upon risk. Okay, in QMS also, you need to apply, I'll tell you like where there will be highest risk. After telling all the clause, I'll tell you what are the clause which have highest risk. Maybe you can tell now, like you can tell me what are the clause which have highest risk. Of course, all clause will have risk. Tell me the clause 1 or 2 clause which will have highest risk. I told you in the afternoon also, morning also, very important clause.
7 and 8 are most important. So,
Yeah, clause 7 and clause 8 have highest risk
yes.
because anything that goes wrong in clause 7 or even in clause 8 will have, remember this word, will have direct impact on the product. Clause 7 and clause 8 and some part of clause 6 also. Mainly the work environment contamination control, that is 6.3, clause 6.3. Okay, may not be the infrastructure and human resource. In clause 6 we have seen human resources, infrastructure. 6.3 is work environment and contamination control. So 6.3, clause 6.3, clause 7 and clause 8. If in this anything goes wrong, they are very high risk activities. If anything goes wrong, remember this, they will have direct impact on the quality of the product. Okay. When they have impact on the quality of the product, high impact, when they go into the market with risk, obviously they will fail. You may ask me like whether 4, 5 will not have any risk. See, 4, clause 4, more on documentation, QMS planning, all that. It is basically a documentation, quality manual, quality objectives, quality policy, control of records, control of documents. Clause 5 is management responsibilities, commitment, management review. These are more documentation part. Okay. Even management representative authorities. Okay. And even clause 6.1 or on human resources, infrastructure, they may also have minor effect. But what I'm trying to say is clause 4, clause 5 and part of clause 6 will not have direct effect. They will have indirect effect on the quality of the product, indirect effect. Because some change in documentation, of course, there will be some exceptions. Documentation may go wrong, or some management responsible, they are not done management review, all this stuff. Quality objectives, quality policy is wrong. That may not affect the product, but it will have an indirect impact. Okay, but I said clause 6.3, clause 7 and clause 8 will have direct effect, direct impact. And I am telling you very, very important things, Venkatesh, here. You will understand this when I come to internal auditing. And just to make it clear today only on internal auditing. Okay. Internal auditing, you have how you raise NCCs. Suppose in clause 6.2, 6.3, 7 and 8, I have found an non-compliance. Okay. I have found non-conformity or non-compliance. And I told just now, any non-compliance, because they are carrying a lot of risk, if they are not complying with this clause, they will have direct impact on the quality of the product or the safety of the product. So if any NCs in clause 6.3, 7 and 8, we will give them as, okay, when we are auditing, we will provide them as major NC. Okay, it will become a major non-compliance. Suppose if there are 3-4 major non-compliances, it will become serious. Like, you can't have 3-4 major non-compliances in a company. There is a very high risk that you need to cancel the certification. Okay, for clause 4, 5, okay, which have indirect impact on the device, we give it as minor non-compliance, not major, minor. It is not having direct impact. It is having only indirect impact. Okay, it will become minor NC. So in auditing, we will give major NCs, minor NCs based on the clause. Of course, there are other things also we need to consider, but I am telling you what is the crux, importance of it. Okay, and apart from major and minor, there will be few things like we call it as opportunity for improvement. Okay, these are not NCs, we call them as OFI, opportunity for improvement, where the company can improve further. Suppose in some SOP they have made some mistake, okay, some correction error, or they have not given the revision dates properly, or they have not properly maintained the records. This, or they have not entered the records properly. There is too much of scratching or changing of reports or changing of data in the records or multiple entries in the records, scratching, all this you can give, don't do this again. Okay, don't overwrite, because a lot of people overwrite down the records. They think it is 12.5, but it is 10.5. They strike it off and they write like this. That should not be done. Okay. If you are changing any report in the records, you should take this approval of the QA. He has to sign that this has been changed. Okay. That small things you can give OFI, opportunity for improvement. But if it comes in clause 4 and 5, it will become minor. 6.3, 7 and 8, it will become major. Okay. That is risk based. So here I have given concise in scope 1. I advise you to go through these notes. Okay. Like I have given auditors question, what auditors will ask?
Okay.
Okay, they'll ask, can the organization justify each exclusion? This is what this, if there is an exclusion, you need to justify. Is the QMS applicable to all processes affecting device safety? Yes.
Yes.
Does the organization interact with regulatory requirements? Yes. Because QMS is linked with regulatory requirements. Are outsourced processes included within the QMS? What's your answer? Fourth one.
Yes, sir. Included.
Yeah, all outsourced process are included in the QMS scope.
Yes, sir. It's included.
Yeah. How does the scope link to risk and device classification? This is we discussed. Okay, based on the device classic, I mean, based on the risk only, the device classification will be done. Okay, for the devices which have highest risk, okay, the classification will be at the highest level, like class D or in Europe class 3. Okay, non-conformities example. See, scope states manufacturer of medical devices. Scope states this manufacturer of medical devices, but company also performs repacking without documentation. So this is a non-conformity because manufacturing also includes repacking. Okay. Design and development excluded, but company modifies device specifications through change control. This is this is design activity. This is wrong because when you have design and development excluded from your scope, you can't change the design, okay, based on change control, because design and development is not there in your scope. Scope does not mention sterilization, even the outsourcing. This is non-conformity because you are outsourcing sterilization, it should be there in the scope. Okay, these are I have given answers to this also. In the organization justify exclusion, is the QMS applicable to all process affecting safety? Does the organization interact with the regulatory requirements in its process? So you can answers are also provided. Are outsourced process included?
Okay, sir.
How does the scope link to the risk desk classification? So you have question with answers.
Okay, sir.
Okay, this I will share. See,
Okay.
you read these notes, what I am sharing, so that you will understand it better.
Okay. Is it screen recording, na, sir?
Yeah, recording.
Uh, uh, Sir, one doubt, like if we are manufacturing medical devices products, it's supplying for China or Canada, so we are submission all documents and following the regulation, even though we need to submit a CDSCO, or it's enough for which we are supplying country, that regulations we have followed is enough.
No, first you need to have CDSCO license for manufacturing.
Okay, okay,
Okay, then you should have export license. Export license in the sense you should have what we call free sale certificate.
okay,
Okay, free sale certificate is the one where it says that you can sell this anywhere in the world.
okay,
Okay, because you have license to manufacture in India under IMDR in an ISO 13485 facility. Okay, then you get your free sale certificate, which legally means that you are the manufacturer, legal manufacturer of this device, and you can sell this device anywhere in the world. Okay, and the third thing, you said which country you want to market.
uh, China or Canada.
So if you want to uh, market it in Canada,
Yes.
you need to get your product registered in Canada.
Okay.
Okay, you need to prepare your technical files as per the regulations of Canada. Okay, Canada has regulations. So you need to modify your CDSCO technical file or regulatory file as required as required by the Canada regulations. It's called Health Canada. Health Canada it have regulations. So you need to change it.
Yes.
Then you need to apply to Health Canada that file. Once it is okay, they approve it. Then you can export. Okay, something like suppose if you want to export to Europe, what you will do?
We'll take approve from their regulations.
No,
Registration
you,
of
you need to first do documentation as per EUMDR regulations.
yes.
With CDSCO files, the documents which you have prepared for CDSCO or for India IMDR, you can't apply that to Europe. You have to follow Europe regulations.
Okay. Mhm.
Okay, that is UMDR 2017. Based on the regulations, again you need to restructure or rewrite your total file, then apply, okay, to the regulatory body, basically the notified bodies like DNV or we have a lot of notified bodies in India, BSI or DNV or Intratech. Uh, Once you apply them, there will be it takes a lot of time, 6 months. They'll review, there will be a lot of queries. Then they'll finally you'll get CE certification. Then that time you can market in Europe. But apart from that, in marketing in Europe is not so easy. There are separate, I told no, apart from 13485 QMS, there are additional 10 things which you need to do. Okay, they have started what you call Udemy. Okay, you need to enroll. You should have an authorized representative in Europe. Okay, the person who is representing you, your company, there should be one person in Europe. Okay, distributor, AR, distributor, and there is one more guy like no, all these are economic partners. Like everybody holds the responsibility if any device goes wrong. Okay, the AR authorized representative holds. Earlier, it was only the manufacturer who is to take responsibility if something goes wrong. Now they have formed a group of people like authorized representative has to take responsibility, distributor has to take responsibility, okay, the dealer has to take responsibility. So everybody has to take responsibility, but the main responsibility will come to the manufacturer. These are called economic partners. They have different what we call roles and responsibilities. It is clearly given in EUMDR. What are the roles and responsibilities of the manufacturer, authorized representative, distributor, dealer, XYZ? Apart from that, there is one called Udemy. See, it is like traceability of a device. Okay, Udemy controls where your device is placed in Europe. Europe has something like 28 countries. Of course, now 27 because UK is out of European Union. UK has their own regulations. That is called MHRA. So in 27 countries where the device, identifying the device is very difficult. So Udemy is one. Okay, before you market in Europe, you need to get your devices enrolled in UNAMID, and they have a very typical code. Okay, it's called global GMDN, Global Medical Device Nomenclature. Okay, any device, same device will have same number. Suppose you have insulin pen. Any company in the world manufacturing insulin pen will have the same code. That is called DI, device identifier. Okay, then will be a PI. PI is product identifier. Product identifier is your batch number, okay, your batch record, manufacturing date, expiry date. This is called PI. PI is comes from the manufacturer. Which batch, okay, manufacturing date, expiry date. But DI, device identifier, is globally the same. So this DI and PI combined, you will have some 21 numbers. Okay, it could be total alpha numerical or alpha numerical. There will be mix of alphabets and numericals. So once this DI plus PI is called UDI. Have you heard of UDI? UDI is unique device identifier. So UDI is equal to DI plus PI. Device is device identifier, which is same for global, anywhere in the globe. For same device, you will have the same number. It could be some 12 digits. PI will be some 12 or 13 digits. PI will be, as I said, the manufacturer gives like which batch, which sterilization, some digits will give. So both is combined, it will form UDI. So this UDI you need to enter into a database called UDAMID. UDAMID is European Database for Medical Devices. So once you enter your UDI, okay, traceability becomes easy because by DI you know what is the device, by PI you know what is the batch, okay, batch size, which our company is manufactured this, whether it's in India or China or that or this, what is the batch number, what is the expiry date, so they can identify traceability becomes very easy. But in India we don't have this. So in India we don't have UDI, DI, PI. In India we'll have only neutral code, like very difficult to identify. See, Europe is the most complex system of regulations. And this, whatever I told, no, UDI, DI, PI, this economic operators and the PMS, there are a lot of things which come under QMS. Actually, they are regulations. Did you get my point? Those are EU MDR regulations,
Yes, sir.
but they come under QMS system. Okay, they come under QMS, including the PMS. So that's why in Europe, for Europe, ISO 13485 morning, I said it is called ENISO. Suppose if you want to market devices in Europe, ISO 13485 is not enough. You need to get ENISO 13485 certification.
Okay.
Actually, I know, I have worked, I have provided a lot of, I have done documentation for a lot of companies for ENISO, even for US FDA. I exactly know like how to do this documentation. change the documentation for ISO. I have done for hundreds of clients, like
Okay.
mainly SFDA, this Saudi, UAE. Okay, now Indians are shifting towards this market. People are Indians every time. I mean, 5, 10 years back, Indian devices or Indian manufacturers were looking either to Europe or US. But now they have diversified. Now they have changed their strategy because of some reasons. I know the exact reason. Now they are moving to the Gulf countries. Okay, like Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Oman, Qatar, where there is a lot of demand because those countries don't have medical device manufacturing units. Earlier, they used to get either from Europe or US, these Gulf countries, but they were very costly. Getting from US and Europe is very costly. But from India, we are giving good quality medical devices. Okay. Uh, Not like some 10 years back. Okay, 10 years back, we don't have the technology. A lot of our devices used to fail. But now we got very high-end technologies. We are manufacturing very good quality medical devices. So, and we project, provide them at low cost. Okay, I don't say low cost, at a very good cost, but of very good quality. So these Gulf nations, I know I said like 5, 6 countries. Okay, that is one area where Indian markets are moving medical device. The other is Latin American countries. We call LATAM countries, mainly South America, like Argentina, mainly Brazil, Argentina, Peru. Okay, not in Africa, but South America, Argentina, Peru, Brazil, these countries, lot of people are preferring Indian devices. So the market shifted to LATAM countries, market shifted to Gulf countries, and the market also shifted towards still east. The Cambodia, Vietnam, okay, Singapore, it's difficult. Indonesia, Malaysia, okay, there also we have big market in the sense we are producing good quality products at a reasonable cost. Suppose if they want to buy from US or Europe, actually Europe also don't have so many manufacturers like in India. Uh, See, for them, if it costs $100, we are giving the same product at $50. Okay, in Arab countries, I mean GCC countries, or in Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia. That is one area where we are looking. First is the GCC, Gulf countries, that 5, 6 countries. Second is the Latin American countries, LATAM we call. Okay. The third is the South Asian countries like this Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, that stuff. And the fourth is the Eurasian countries. Okay, like Ukraine. Of course, before the war, Ukraine used to get a lot of devices from India. Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan. There are a lot of countries. Okay, that is called Eurasia zone. They don't come under Belarus is one, Poland is one. So we are targeting that markets. Now people are moving to all these 5 markets instead of only focusing on Europe and US. Okay. Did you understand, or this is too much of marketing information?
No, no, it's understanding. It's interesting. It's good.
Yeah, I'll tell you later why we are avoiding US and Europe. Okay, we'll move to clause 2, which is very simple.
Okay, sir.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
So clause 2, I said, no, it is only normative references. Okay, we have only one which gives lot of normative references, that is ISO 9215 Quality Management System Fundamentals and Vocabulary. This document just now I showed to you. I'll share this in the night. Okay.
Okay.
So clause 2 is short, but impacts is massive, especially for auditors, not for us. For auditors, it have a massive impact because what clause 2 says is the normative references identifies document essential for interpreting ISO 1348 correctly. Okay. This means all definition terms, fundamental QMS principles. So whatever definition, terms, principles, okay, whatever you want, you should go through ISO 9000 document. Okay, because it gives you precise terminology, exact terminology. See, why this is precise terminologies, I'll give you a simple analogy or simple comparison line. Uh, Suppose if you use words, there will be some words which you use from dictionaries, like you have Oxford Dictionary, Cambridge Dictionary. Okay. Suppose I use a word like I shall come tomorrow. Okay. Or I will come tomorrow. Or see, I shall come tomorrow in normal dictionary, Oxford or English, any English dictionary means I shall come tomorrow means there will be some doubt whether he'll come or not. But here in medical device dictionary, that is 9000, ISO 9000, I shall or the manufacturer shall provide, okay, XYZ. Shall means it is mandatory that you should do it. Okay. Or there will be another word like the manufacturer must. Okay, must means he may do or he may not do.
Okay.
So there will be, I mean, you should not follow the English dictionary while you are writing these documents. Your vocabulary should be as per 9000. Okay, and your terminology also. Okay, validation, verification. If you look at validation and verification in English dictionary, it will be very different. But when you look at 9000, ISO 9000, they give you exact the medical definition of medical device definition of what is validation, what is verification. Okay, traceability, risk, recall, customer complaint, and all this. This is what I told in the one. Used, if the common problem is like use terms, the auditors will find say terms inconsistently. Morning only I told example. I write medical device at one place and I write device at one place, and after some time I'll write these products at one place. So there is inconsistency in my terminology, which is not a good documentation practice. If you want to do good documentation, you need to follow 9000. You should keep using the same terminology, same words whenever it comes. Don't use shortcuts like if it is a medical device, don't write it as a device. And sometimes you think like medical device and devices can also be called products. No, products are different. Products is very generic one. Medical devices are very much pertaining to the medical field. Okay, so you need to have this. The terms need single universal meaning. ISO ensures everyone speak the same technical language. Okay, when we speak this there in 9000, your technical language like, okay, last, what is the risk management? In risk management, what you are doing? I say like hazard. I'm looking at the hazardous situation, harm. Okay, in validation, I mean, in sterilization, what you are doing, I say validation. You must whether you are doing validation or verification. Okay, it is obviously validation. Verification is different. Verification we do in design and development. Okay, so to have consistent terminology while you are talking, okay, to use the same language while you are documenting, this is very, very important. Actually, many don't follow, but as you keep working, no, as you keep documenting, as you keep communicating with lot of people, okay, I mean, in the medical device field, you keep learning it. Okay, it's not that tomorrow night Venkatesh will become like uh, start speaking in medical device language.
Yes,
Okay, overnight it doesn't happen.
it's difficult.
It's not like you speak medical device language tomorrow, or you by heart ISO 9000, but still you can't speak medical device language. It happens through practice. Okay, maybe after 2 3 months you will get adopted to that, as you discuss. Maybe in your workplace or in you on the activities where you are doing. Okay, like change control or SOPs or STPs, like revision dates. All this you'll have. If you are in QC, you'll have a different terminology, but that should be very common. Why clause 2 is important for internal auditors? Okay, correct classification of defects. Suppose if you have a complaint, you should know like whether the complaint, mainly the defect. You can't call a complaint as a defect. Defect is different, complaint is different. Of course, because of the defect, there could be complaint. But complaint, you can't call it as a defect. Okay. Accurate non-compliance writing. You should write accurately when you are doing auditing. You should accurately write what is the non-compliance. Your wording is very, very important. The non-compliance has occurred because, okay, you should quote the clause like as per clause 4.2.5, control of documents. Okay, I found an objective evidence. Objective evidence means you have in written, you have seen clearly. Okay, not oral. Objective evidence, something objectively you have seen, based as per the clause 4.2.5. Okay, based on the objective evidence, it was observed, okay, that the clinical validation has not been performed as per the SOP. You have to give the number, SOP number so and so so, and hence this is considered as an, whether it's a minor NC or major NC, you need to write, and you need to mention this further needs corrective action and preventive action. Okay, when you write the audit report, you find non-compliance. How to write that? Whenever you write non-compliance, you should quote the clause. As per this clause, this fellow has not done it. And I have seen it objectively. In the SOP, this was not mentioned. Since it is not mentioned, he is not doing it. Or if he is doing it without mentioning in the SOP. Because people are very intelligent. Some mention in the SOP and they don't do. Some do, though it is not mentioned in SOP. Both times it will be wrong. You can raise an NC. But you need to quote the clause. What is the clause? Basically, where that clause comes under 4.2.5 or 4.2, 4.2.2 or 4.2.3. Okay, control of documents or control of records. Okay, because they have not raised the change control and they have changed the SOP, or he is not doing as per the SOP. So this gives you. So these are the concise on normative references. Concise, like I made it very short to you understand. Ensure consistent interpretation of QMS, NC classification, process definition, complaint handling. So if you know the terminology, a lot of things will become consistent. Okay, auditor questions, I have the answers down. You go through it.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, again, clause 3 is same thing. Terminology and definitions.
ISO 900, is it a brief or this one brief, sir? Like
What?
ISO 9000, is it in brief explanation of our terminologies, or this one is difficulty for medical device? Which one?
No, it is like a dictionary of medical device.
Okay, okay, okay,
Okay, if you get, you can follow that. Like whenever you find difficulty in understanding definition of some words, that's why I said no. You should make it as a book, pocket book. Generally, we won't take hard copies. Keep that on the desktop of your laptop. Whenever you get doubt, just open it up.
okay, sir.
Even I didn't read 9000 completely every time. Okay, whenever I get doubt, I'll scroll through that. I'll just go to control and find control F. Once you type the word, that word will come and we'll see the meaning of it. Okay, it's very difficult to read everything and remember. Okay, see 9001 is the word, like it's also a QMS. Okay, quality management is very generic.
Okay,
9000 is quality management system which contains vocabulary terms and definitions. Okay, don't get confused with 9000 and 9001. 9001 is pure QMS. Okay, QMS in very general.
Okay.
It is also quality management system in general. 9000 is vocabulary, terms, definitions, fundamentals in QMS, quality management system. Okay. ISO 1348 is very specific for medical devices. Quality management system specific for medical devices. So don't get confused. I am also going to tell you tomorrow one more ISO. Okay, this is terms and definition. Again, I said clause 3 might look simple, but this is one of the most powerful sections because incorrect understanding of terminology causes 70% of QMS. Like again, you need to refer to 9000 to get the correct terminology. Okay. Clause 3 tells users that when interpreting ISO, they must use definitions from ISO 9000. Okay. Definitions within ISO 13485 itself, but in ISO 13485, you don't find many definitions. And sometimes you can use definitions from medical device regulations. Okay, in medical device regulations also, I'm talking of regulations like IMDR or EUMDR, they will also give some definition. Either you can use that, but better is use this first option that is there in ISO 9000. Okay. Actually, in ISO 13485, you also find some definitions, but not so many. There will be some 20, 30 definitions. You check it in your handbook, candidate handbook, not many. But sometimes you can use medical device regulations like in IMD or in Indian regulations, they'll use some definitions. But the problem here, Venkatesh, is not in all definitions, but in few definitions, you don't find it same. Okay. And I have this problem when I am looking at definition of medical device. So when I have looked at definition of medical device in ISO 13485, okay, and definition of medical device in EUMDR, that is Europe. Okay, there are lot of differences between the definition. Okay, in ISO 13485, it is very short. Okay. In EUMDR, the definition is total 1 page because in EUMDR they included everything as medical device. Okay, for example, I'll tell you. See, basically what a medical device is the one which is used for diagnosis, evaluation, treatment of a disease. Okay, or diagnosis of a disease XYZ. Okay. And also actually what medical device does is given. What medical device should not function, a medical device should not function by pharmacological, okay, metabolic and immunological actions. These are all biological actions. Say a medical device should function based on its physicochemical parameters, its structure, okay, mechanical properties or magnetic properties or physical properties, electrical properties, okay, any property. If it is a polymer, it has some properties, elasticity or elongation, something like that, or there are a lot of things like a polymer, how it works. Okay, based on Arrhenius theory, like on temperatures, how it changes. So different, whether it's biodegradable polymer, it works in a different manner. Okay, but all these functions should be intrinsic property of the material. Then only it is called as medical device. Okay, a medical device should not function through biological means. Okay, biological means is its action should not be through pharmacological, should not be through metabolic, and through immunological. It should not interfere, or its actions or its functions should not be through pharmacological. If it is pharmacological, it is called a drug. Okay. If it is metabolic, it is also called a drug, not a medical device. If it is immunological, we call it as a vaccine. Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So a device should not basically function through pharmacological means, metabolic and immunological. As I said, if it is works through pharmacological, it comes as a drug. If it is functions through metabolic, it comes under a drug. If it is functions through immunological, it comes under vaccines. Okay. So a medical device should function based on its intrinsic properties, its structure, whether it's mechanical, physical, okay, any of that. Of course, you have drug device combinations that are separate. For many devices, you add drugs. Okay, wherever it is required for that intended use, you add, say, I have seen a lot of devices where we add anti-cancer drugs. Okay, and I've seen devices where you add antimicrobial drugs, like a lot of antibiotics, like in urinary catheters and lot of catheters which cause infections, you add drugs. In coronary stents, you add anti-cancer drugs so that some anti-platelet drugs so that the clots won't happen. So there will be drug device combinations also, but basically to be called as a medical device, it should not work through pharmacological, metabolic, and uh, I said, yeah, pharmacological, metabolic, and immunological means. It works through immunology, we call it as vaccines. But that is, drug device combination is a different category. Okay, that audits, that inspection, technical reviews are very, very different. So what I'm trying to say is, you should know, first of all, what is the definition of medical device, then only you will be able to classify medical device. First, you should know whether it is a medical device or not. If it is a medical device, then you look at the classification of the medical device. There are a lot of examples people get confused. Like, I'll tell you a classical example. Okay. Suppose we have a lot of smartwatches or wearables. Okay, they control, some say they control BP, heart rate. Can we call them medical devices? Okay. My
Yes, sir.
son, can you call them medical device?
Yes, sir. I think it will come in different category. SMD, you will tell.
No, they can be called as medical devices, but provided total documentation is available or it has to be validated and verified properly. Okay, a medical device necessarily has to be validated, verified properly, and repeatedly. Suppose my body temperature is 98.4 and the device is showing 99.5. I should know whether the sensors are working properly or not, or whether it's true positive or false positive. Okay, suppose it is giving heart rate. How should I know whether it is giving right heart rate? Okay,
Validate.
so that has, I mean, the validation, a lot of things will come in because they are using some sensors, it becomes a software. The sensors, whether they are really catching and how they are converting this, okay, into a digital mode, like how they are, the sensors, okay, they may take my pulse or they may take my body temperature with a sensor and how they are converting into a digital mode that you get it on the wearable or on the watch. How they are dictating the heart rate, how they are working on the blood pressure. Okay, these all things has to be verified, validated. Okay, so that, and you should know what is the level of precision and accuracy of this equipment. These are in India, they are not considered as medical devices, but in Europe, they are considered as medical devices. Maybe in Europe, they have done verification, validation, all that stuff. And one more typical example is like you have, I've seen contact lenses. Contact lenses people keep for correction of sight. Okay, if you have long sight, hypermetropia, hypermia, short sight, long sight, we keep lenses. It is for sight. It is for I mean, it is for treatment of a disease. Okay, for correction of this sight. But now people are using contact lenses with different colors to as a fashionable product to change the color of their pupil of the eye. Okay, they have some yellow color, some have brown color pupil, they have brown eyes. The most common used is the blue eyes. Okay, these are contact lenses with blue pupil. In center, it will have blue color. So if you keep, you will have blue eyes, brown eyes, and different colors. Can you call them medical devices? See, it is not for correction of sight. It is a fashionable device for changing the color of your eye.
Yes.
But it is a contact lens. Will you call it a medical device? The point is like called as a medical device in Europe because they say that the safety, because of the safety issues of contact lenses, okay, contact lenses have a lot of risks.
Yes,
So
sir.
the risk has to be addressed. And since it is carried not only performance, it carries the risk. Okay, think that it doesn't have any performance issues, but still it causes safety issues or risks. Hence, it has to come under medical devices. Of course, I can quote a lot of examples that are from Europe only mainly. Okay, so either you can pick up definitions from, but you will find some differences from regulatory definitions from regulations and definitions from 9000 or 13485.
Okay.
From regulations, you'll find some differences. End of the day, go with the uh, definitions that are there in the standards, not with the regulations.
Okay, sir.
Okay. The same thing. Why 3, clause 3 connects to product safeties, corrective action, complaint, traceability, risk management, performance evaluation, sterilization validation, software validation. Okay, you should understand that the terminology should be the same. Corrective action, complaint handling, traceability, risk management. Say if recall is not defined properly, a company may fail to escalate serious events. Okay, patient harm risk. So instead of recall, they may use a different word. The patient has high risk or harm risk. So it's important that you use proper words. Okay, key terms are like product, anything that results from a process is called a product. It could be hardware, software, material, service. Verification, objective evidence is called verification, or inputs versus, when you compare inputs versus outputs. This is easy to understand. Okay, objective evidence spec that specified requirements have been fulfilled. Confirms that requirements of intended use. Okay, complaint, risk, recall, a lot of things. So I've given you Q&A questions here. Go through this. See, 2, 3 are not very important. Just you need to refer to them whenever you want. Like keep this book, keep the standard 9000.
Okay, sir.
Okay, you read these auditors questions will be very interesting.
Okay, sir.
Okay, when terminology is weak, the QMS is weak. Mainly when you're documenting, your terminology has to be perfect and pakka. And this you learn more as you practice. Okay, I've given a lot of examples like NC3 example, wrong distinction between verification and validation. Some people get confused with this.
Okay, sir.
Okay, traceability definition missing. Some don't understand what is traceability because traceability and identification are different. I'll tell you tomorrow. Identification is different from traceability. The advisory notice is different from uh, product complaints. Effectiveness check. This is incorrect. Effectiveness. Kappa is not effectiveness check. Company defines complaint as a written customer issues only. Okay. This I'll share with you. You go through the non-conformities, auditor questions, and for this answers are also there.
Okay,
But
sir.
one thing I suggest as for clause 2 and 3 is whenever you have time, okay, of course you read what I'm sharing,
Okay, sir.
but as far ISO 9000 is concerned,
Okay.
don't you read them when it is important. If you get any doubt, just keep it as a reference book, reference standard.
Okay.
Okay. If you read it completely like a newspaper, no, you won't remember anything. Okay, read this.
Okay.
Okay, class scope, you read these documents which I am sharing.
Okay.
Okay. Uh, Normative references, terms and definitions.
Yes.
Okay, we'll see clause 4.
Okay, sir.
This is clause 4. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I've given you a practical approach how to view clause 4 in a very practical approach. Okay, with lecture notes. Because in class 1, 2, 3, there is not much practical approach. Except in class 1, there is bit of practical approach on exclusion, not applicable, outsourced activities, all that. Class 1 on scope is bit interesting. Class 2, it's all about normative references, class 3 terminology, definitions. Okay, that we need to work.
Okay, sir.
So in clause, so if you look at clause 4, okay, it is divided into general requirements and documentation requirements. Okay, so clause 4, 4.1, what it says is, it is divided into subclauses that define that what and the how of your system. What and how of your system is general requirements is speaks more on what of your system, and how of your system is 4.2 documentation requirement. So blindly you can remember clause 1 is general requirement, clause 2 is documentation requirements. So what general requirements, as I mentioned, clause 4 is basically the quality management system. Okay. In this quality management system, you have general requirements, documentation requirements. So 4.1 says the process needed for the QMS, the interaction and the risk-based approach. We touched upon this, but I'll explain you in much better language. The process needed for the QMS. So QMS on one side, the interaction on one side, the risk-based approach. Okay. You remember this because I want to show an image on that. What are these interactions? Okay, we call them as process interactions. Okay. In the QMS, see, in the QMS, you have a lot of processes. Okay, you have design and development, you have purchasing, you have production, you have that, this. See, no single process is standalone. What I am telling is no single process is isolated. Okay, suppose I say design and development. You can't isolate design and development. After design and development, something should happen. It's not like I do design and development and keep all the files in my rack. Okay. Suppose there is purchasing. It's a separate process. After purchasing, I don't keep all the purchasing material somewhere. I need to give it to production, or design and development has to transfer that to production. Okay, production has to make some devices. This has to be rechecked, verified by QA, QC. Okay, online QC, lot of testing, validations has to go on. Okay, lot of maintenance activities, calibration activities, validations, work environment, lot of personal training. So what QMS, general requirements in QMS is this: there is no process that is isolated. All processes have interactions. Okay, one process interacts with another process, or it may interact with 2-3 processes. Okay, these are called process interactions. Okay, I'll show you an image on that. See, R&D has to interact with production, purchase has to interact with production. In turn, if there are any problems with production during design transfer, they need to interact with R&D. Okay, if there is any problems with purchase, they didn't get any raw material. Okay, then the risk management comes. Again, the production has to go to that purchasing. Okay, then they need to do supplier evaluation, all that. Okay, you have PMS. PMS has to interact, okay, with the customers. So all over, if you look at it, is a process interaction. The total QMS wherein you have a lot of processes and all processes interact each other. And when they are interacting each other, the most important thing is the interaction is risk-based interaction, or they have to look into a risk-based approach. Okay. As I said before, when they are interacting, there is a possibility that the risk from one process may go to other process. Okay. From second process to third process, it may transfer. When this transfer happens, risk transfers to the second process, if the first process is not right, there is some problem with the first process, and in the first process you are not able to identify what is non-conformant, what is wrong. Okay, basically what we call them as risk controls. You should have a control to identify the risk or stop the risk in process 1. Suppose I am not able to identify the risk or control the risk. I don't have risk controls to know that there is a risk in process 1. What happens? It goes to process 2. Okay, the risk goes to process 2. And in process 2 also, if you are not able to identify the risk, it goes to process 3, it goes to, and it keeps happening, because in nowhere in your system, in your QoS system, you are not identifying what are the non-compliances, what are the risks, okay, what are the risk controls, okay. If you are not able to identify the risk, non-compliances, what happens? These risks spreads through all processes. When the risk spreads through all processes, what happens? It becomes a systemic risk. Okay, just to tell you an analogy, suppose there is an infection in our body somewhere, and if you are not able to identify, diagnosis or treat, the infection spreads to your legs, infection spreads to your hands or to some other, it becomes, your total body becomes infected, what we call blood infection or sepsis or septicemia. So that we call it as systemic infection. When the whole body gets infected through blood, because we are not able to diagnose, we don't have risk controls where the disease is, or we don't have treatment. Similarly, in this process also, because all the processes are interlinked, interconnected, and there is an interaction within the processes. So the risk, if they are not identified, controlled, stopped at one process, it will spread throughout the system. When it spread throughout the system, it will called as systemic risk, or it is called as systemic non-compliance. When it becomes systemic, see, if it is an isolated case, you can treat it. But if it is systemic, it spreads through toward the system, it's very difficult to identify, okay, where it started, where it ended, and how it percolated throughout the process. Okay. And when there is a systemic risk, the total system collapses, the total QMS collapses. And this is where, okay, we call it as a major, not major, there is a word called major NC. Yeah, major uncontrollable NC and there will be suspension of license for that manufacturing company. See, if it is an isolated case happening in R&D department, that's fine. It's an isolated case happening in purchase and you identified what is the issue, non-compliance, that is fine. But if the issues are not identified, it becomes the risks are spread, non-compliance are spread throughout the system because again I'm saying all the process interact with each other. Okay, it will become very difficult. That is what the general requirement is telling. The processes are interconnected. There is interaction of all the processes and there is a risk-based approach. Documentation requirements. The physical or digital evidence of the quality system, okay, of the system, whether it's quality manual, medical device file, or control of documents and records. As we have seen, quality manual comes here. This is the apex of highest standard or highest documentation at a highest level is quality manual. Okay, quality manual shows you what your company is. Okay, it will be very short, like in 10 pages, or some companies have 12 pages, 20 pages. But if you read 20 pages, it totally tells you what is the structure of your company, what are the activities of your company, how your company is working, what is the health of your company, what are the products of your company, okay, what is the classification, in how many countries you are marketing, what is the total revenue of, so it is called quality manual. Okay. After quality manual, I think I have some image here. Okay, can you see this image?
Ah, yes, sir.
See, the first, of course, we don't call it as apex document. It looks like a pyramid. Okay, the level of documentation. Actually, the first level of documentation is this two. The first level, the highest level of documentation, the quality manual and the quality policy. Okay, this is the first level of documentation. As I said, quality manual talks everything about your company, including the scope of your company, the devices of your company, the classifications, your certifications, what are the SOPs of your company, what are the STPs of your company, but in a very condensed manner as an abstract or a summary. Okay, in 15-20 pages. This is level 1 document, top level document. Okay. Level 2 documents are SOPs, standard operating procedures, QSPs, quality system procedures, okay, standard test procedures. See, I have not mentioned all this here, but you can note down. QSPs is quality system procedures. SOPs is standard operating procedures. STPs is standard testing procedures. So this form the second level of the documents, all the procedures. Okay, the third level of documents are your work instructions, okay, your annexures, your formats, okay, wherein or whatever you call your formats, forms, annexures, work instructions, all these formats level 3 documents. And the last documents that come in very, very important, though they come in the last of the pyramid, are the records. Records are very, very important.
Sir, last one
Okay.
not visible.
What?
Last one screen not visible. Ah, okay, sir.
Is it fine?
It's fine, sir.
So, Venkatesh, you need to understand first level is at apex. Look it as a pyramid. Okay. These are level 1 documents, quality manual, quality policy, then procedures, quality system procedures, standard operating procedures, standard test procedures, level 2 documents, level 3 are work instructions, forms, formats, annexures, level 3, level 4 are all the records. Okay, records are the one where you fill the test reports or results or sterilization records or reports. It could be records or reports. These are very, very important. Of course, all documents are important, but for me, I love looking at the reports or records. Okay, then reading the procedures or the quality manual. Okay, understand this?
Ah, yes, sir.
Just give me 5 minutes break. I'll go to washroom and come.
Ah, okay, sir. Sure, sure.
You have time now?
Ah, yes, sir. I'm having a man.
Can we discuss up to 6:30?
Ah, okay, sir. Sure, no problem.
Okay. Okay. Are there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's complete at least clause 4. See, as I mentioned, one is on 4.1 is on general requirements, which I mentioned, and second is on documentation controls. Okay, you have quality manual, but I showed you the pyramid structure of how the level of documentation looks. First is quality manual, okay, and importantly, after the quality manual or quality manual, you'll have quality policy. Okay, they two become the topmost documents. The second are the procedures. Procedures, I said there will be lot of procedures, quality system procedures, standard operating procedures, standard test procedures. That are the second level of documents. Okay. The third level of documents are work instructions, your forms, your annexes, formats, okay, where you need to fill a lot of things. And the fourth most important are the records, okay, or the reports. So this is the hierarchy pyramid structure of how the QMS documentation looks. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So if you look at general requirements, as we discussed, there is a process approach. Okay. A QMS is not just list of procedure, it is a network of interacting processes. A key requirement must be identify the processes crucial how they interact. So this is called the sequence of interaction. Okay, I'll show you. Let me share that. I'll stop sharing this.
Okay.
I'll share what it means by process interaction.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Venkatesh, this is what we call process interaction.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Uh, I can condense, zoom it or zoom. Like you'll be, see on top you'll find customer requirements.
Okay, sir.
Okay, down you'll find customer satisfaction.
Okay.
So what you understand from this is end of the day, after doing all this, okay, you should have customer satisfaction. Customer satisfaction is very, very important. Okay. Customer satisfaction here means the patient safety. Okay. When the customer will be satisfied, when there are no complaints, if the feedback is good, when there is patient safety and the devices are performing well, the customer will have satisfaction. Actually, these are very, I could say the uh, last generation way of looking at customer satisfaction. Customer satisfaction generally you see in ISO 9001. Okay. See, in ISO 9001, you feel like in a hotel the customer is satisfied, or in a bank customer is satisfied, or
Yes.
somewhere in a retail customer is satisfied. But now it has changed to customer to patient satisfaction or patient safety. Okay, but don't worry about that. Let's see the process interactions, how it develops. Suppose you get customer requirements, or sometimes we have our own requirements. The manufacturer will have his own requirements, or sometimes we get some customer requirements to manufacture a device, or sometimes in-house only we start manufacturing devices as required. Okay. Once you get the customer requirements, what happens is the first thing here, what you have seen is clause 7. Clause 7 is product realization. So in product realization, I said no, you have design and development. Once the customer requirements come in, there will be design. The R&D team works whether we can, based on the customer requirements, can we develop the device. Okay, the design and development planning happens. Okay, they work on regulatory approvals, how to get the regulatory approvals to market it, product validation, okay, risk analysis, product design, design verification. So mostly the development activities will happen. The R&D activities will happen initially to check out like the customer requirements are met or not. If the customer requirements are met, okay, then it goes for design transfer or order processing. Okay, that design and development team says that we have met the customer requirements, we are doing design transfer. Okay, once the design transfer is done to the manufacturing or production, the manufacturing says like, what is your order? How many should I manufacture? Okay, then here purchasing comes. See, this is total product realization. Here you have design and development, 7 point, product realization is 7. Here you have 7.2, production and provision control 7.3, purchasing 7.4. Okay, the manufacturing activity, I'm just trying to make you understand how these are interlinked. Purchasing will get they will receive the material, it goes for inspection. Okay, the production and quality planning will happen. After that, inspection of the raw material and testing will happen. Then it will go to production. Then you have inventory management, like what is the inventory we have, whether the materials are enough, the raw materials are enough, all materials from raw materials to packing materials, all that are enough, or we need some outsourced activities like sterilization or printing, labeling. Okay, once all this is done, okay, then the delivery happens. After the delivery happens, of course, it reaches the customer. But in product realization, let's see what are the other process interactions that will happen. Okay. During manufacturing, okay, during the production phase, there will be risk management, customer support, okay, process monitoring. This all are linked to clause. What is this clause? Measurement, analysis, and improvement.
It.
This is clause 8.
Okay.
Okay. Then you have recalls, advisory notices, control non-conformity. Okay. There will be interaction between manufacturing and the measurement, analysis, and improvement process through customer support, risk management, okay, customer complaints to control of non-conforming products, corrective and preventive actions, internal audits, okay, problem reporting. Then what happens? This goes to resource management. This is clause 6. What they say, resource determination, then they say whether we have enough resources for the production. Okay. They say like after doing this process is interconnected to whether we need more equipment or the available equipment. Okay. We need more personnel. Okay. What is the information management in the sense? What is the internal communications that are happening? Okay. That we call resource management, whether resources are necessary for R&D or resources are necessary for manufacturing or production. Okay. And from this measurement analysis, we also have performance data. Okay. This is clause 6. This is clause 8. Okay. This is clause 7. From performance data, it will go to management. Here management will review. This is clause 5, management responsibility. So management will review this. What are the objectives? Okay. In the management review, you have reached the production. What are the rejections? What are the complaints? What are the internal audits? All these they will review. What are the recalls? Non-conforming products, customer complaints, internal audits, what are the COPPA, what are the problem reporting. This data, performance data will go to the management. The management will review this. Okay, management review meeting happens and they look after this. They also look at the quality objectives, planning and objectives. Okay, maintaining effectiveness of the QMS. Again, for maintaining effectiveness of the QMS, all this again goes back to the resource management. Okay. See, management is interconnected to most of the clause. From one side, clause 8, they are providing performance data. Okay. Management review is management responsibilities are providing policy and direction to product realization, and it is allocating. Okay, resource allocation is happening. That is why management responsibilities are very important. Once they get feedback from the performance data, Okay, they take some actions like on policy and direction, whether we can manufacture more devices, ramp up production, or new devices can be made. Okay, then for that, what are the personal resources required and what is the risk that is associated? So what I'm planning to make you understand here is that it has a process and the process are all interconnected. Okay, you have purchase, total clause 7 is here. Design and development it is here, purchasing is here, manufacturing, quality, inspection, production, okay, delivery, outsourced activities. Then after doing all this stuff, you go back to measurement analysis to understand how your product is performing or how your QMS is performing on internal by through internal audits, COPPA complaints, non-conforming or rejected devices, okay, customer complaints, recalls, and this goes to the management. Management does the review, they do resource allocation, policy and direction, like can we move further, okay, for ramping up what should we do, for new products what we should do. So we need more resources, resource allocation, okay, and resource determination. So what I'm trying to make you understand is, if you look from clause 5, okay, clause 6, this is clause 7, and this is clause 8. You may ask me like, where is clause 4? Clause 4 will be there everywhere, because you need to remember in any of the clause, documentation should happen. Okay, whether you do product design and development, you need to do the documentation. Okay, design planning, design inputs, design outputs, okay, design validation, design verification, design reviews, design transfers. In production, you need to do lot of purchasing, has to do lot of documentation, bill of materials, incoming, outgoing, testing of the materials. All are documentation. They have a lot of SOPs, STPs, okay, records. Everybody will have all these SOPs, records. Okay, level 2. See, quality manual don't change as such. Level 1 document won't change, but everyone will have level 2, level 3, level 4 documents. Okay, level 2 is SOPs, QSPs, test procedures, everybody will be having outsourced activities. Then it goes to clause 8. You know, clause 8, measurement, improvement, analysis, how we measure, analyze, and improve the QMS based on lot of inputs that come from internal audits, customer complaints, COPPA, problem reporting, recalls. All this will tell you how the product is performing, how the QMS is performing. This will go back to the management, and this keeps on interacting. Okay, not unidirectional. It may interact parallelly. See, there is an interaction here. There is interaction of resource management. Okay, there is an interaction of resource determination here. So there will be interaction everywhere. And again, coming to the point 2, on risk based approach. Suppose if there is a risk that happens here in design and development, if you are not control, it goes to manufacturing. They will produce and you don't have risk controls here. If you have risk controls or if you can mitigate risk here, it will be there in R&D and they keep on reworking. But since they don't have risk controls, how to manage risk, they don't know, or Their system, they don't have SOPs, procedures to control them. Or there could be some manual mistake. There could be hundreds of reasons why the risk is not identified, and it comes to manufacturing, and they do everything here. Okay. And in inspection and testing, if it is not identified, what happens is you will identify everything here. Okay, you will have lot of complaints, lot of non-conforming products, lot of COPPA. Okay, recalls happen. And when recalls happen, the performance will be very poor. Okay, then the management either they change their policy, or they may say stop production, stop R&D. So the policy and direction will change. Okay, or they may say we need more resources, or they will say like terminate or remove the existing personnel, get more resources. Okay, you need more equipment, or the old equipment fine, or new equipment is necessary. Mainly, I know like because they can't scold on equipment, they can't shout on facilities equipment. Generally, they shout on personnel. Okay, they change the personnel, or they change the positions of them, uh, or they do a lot of things mainly on the human power, manpower. Okay, and this goes like mainly on when there is risk. Risk becomes systemic. Okay, design development, manufacturing, post manufacturing. If you are not able to identify in all of this, okay, in the risk management, your performance will come down, where will go to the management review. Okay, then their policy changes. Suppose think that there is an audit during this time when there are risks carried. Suddenly there is an audit. They identify a lot of risks here and here, here, and first they look at here. So many complaints, so many recalls. Your COPPA is not effective. You are not doing internal audits. During the external audit, they see all this and say like your company is not performing as per the QMS. You are not at all following clause 7 and 8 perfectly, because if these two fail, clause 7 and 8, that's why I said it has 7 and 8 has direct impact on the product. Have you understood this?
Yes, sir.
So I'll share this with you also. I'll share all the documents with
This one and one more, that pyramid peak also showed, that one also.
you. Yeah, that also I'll share.
And some of you told like, sir, quality policy SOP like ISO 9000.
Yeah, I'll share all SOPs.
Huh.
I'll share all quality policy, quality manual. Okay, whatever document you want, you ask me, I'll share.
So you told some like case study, what it mean, how to
Yeah, that we'll
practice.
see on third day. Third day, how
Okay.
they, by tomorrow we'll complete clause up to clause 8. On
Okay.
third day for half up to afternoon, I'll explain case studies.
Okay, sir.
Okay. After case studies, we will do some tests.
Okay, sir.
Okay, test you like whether you understood or not. Because once you do the test, once you get down and understand the test, I certification both for internal auditing, certificate like CIA, it's called competent internal auditor, and training certificate on ISO 13485.
Okay.
Okay, you will get 2 certificates.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, just wait for a time. Let's see clause 4. See, tomorrow we'll start at 9:30 only.
Oh, okay, sir.
Is it okay for you?
Ah, yes, sir. What time, sir? 9?
9:30.
Okay, sir. Sure.
Okay. See,
Ah,
this is
yes.
what I told you about process approach. Okay, you have seen that image, the process mapping diagram showing arrows connecting sales, planning, manufacturing, and all this. Okay, all the clause like design and development, manufacturing, clause 8 like monitoring, measuring, and other things. And I also talked about risk-based approach, how the risk can uh, translate or proceed, and outsourcing. Okay, if you have a supplier outsourced, I told you very clearly, you should take the responsibility. The manufacturer should take the responsibility for all the outsourcing. Okay, like sterilization or calibration, but you cannot outsource the responsibility. You must monitor them, and you should have what I said controls. Whether it's sterilization, sterilization control, design and development, design controls. Okay, supplier purchasing, supplier controls, calibrations, calibration controls. Whatever you outsource, you should have a control. Control in the sense you are holding the responsibility. You have documents to show to the auditor that I have the control on them. Whatever outsourced parties you have selected have 13485 certification or 9001 certification. They have all the SOPs. Okay, they have all the system, documentation system, recording system. As we have seen the pyramid, no? The quality manual they have the procedures, they have the records, documentation of records. Okay, like how the manufacturer will have, the outsourced parties should also have the same. Okay, retention of records, how long they are going to retain, whether it's digital or physical records. Okay, all these are control documents.
Yes.
Okay, this is the same thing I have told. The same risk-based thinking, process interaction. These are with examples, case scenarios
Yes,
with
sir.
activity, outsourcing trap. This is the hierarchy documentation, quality policy, quality manual, procedures, work instructions, records.
Okay.
Okay, this is what I discussed, quality manual. And this is medical device file. Medical device file is the one which contains all information about the medical device, from device, description of the device, product specification, manufacturing, storage and handling, procedures for monitoring, measurement and monitoring, in the sense all the test procedures. Okay, if there is installation servicing activities, that will be there. So the medical device file contains total from your raw materials to manufacturing to all the tests, verifications, validations, designs. Okay, all the tests like the biocompatibility tests. There will be list of contents which I'll share. Basically, we call it as device master file, not medical device file. In IMDR, we call it as device master file. Okay, I'll share the list of documents in device.
Okay, sir.
See, control of documents, control of records, I already spoke with you. Okay, if there are any changes that happen in your documents or changes that happen in your records, how to do is you need to first write, there will be a change control form. Okay, you need to fill the change control form, like what changes are you doing in your SOP, mainly the procedure, whether it is STP, test procedure, or operating procedure, or quality system procedure. What changes are you doing and why you are doing? Okay, and what is the, you need to give justification why you are doing it. Okay, there will be lot of reasons why you need to make changes, because your SOP may not be structured completely or properly earlier. Okay, you want to revise it with new standards, or you may get a non-compliance on that SOP. When there is non-compliance on that SOP, you will revise it. Okay, so that all points are covered. So there will be, I mean, it's not new that every time there will be some changes in the, whether it is SOPs or STPs or even your annexures, okay, formats, there will be some changes for better improvement. But there is a process, as I said in the morning, how you should do the changes. That is what we call control of documents and control of records. How you are controlling? Suppose you have done the changes, you fill the change control form. Okay, there will be a form which I'll share you a template of it. Change control form, you need to fill the changes. Use justification, what are the changes? If the changes have any effect on the device, if the changes need any special training, you need to train them. If it doesn't need any training, at least you should tell to your department people who are working with that SOP that these changes are made, and the whole document will become absolute, the old SOP, and the new SOP will come with a new revision. So that absolute document you have to totally remove from the department and all files, and you need to separately segregate them or file them in separate files or separate racks. So only the live document, the new version will be available to the employees. Okay.
Yes. So
As
that
I
absolute,
mentioned, yeah.
that absolute documents, is it any like period is there for to destroy to archival like
Yeah. See, absolute documents, you need to archive them, because see, some of your products are manufactured, okay, and marketed based on your past SOP, old SOP.
okay,
So till that batch of devices are in market and used, okay, which you have manufactured based on your old SOP or old STP,
okay,
you need to archive those absolute documents, absolute SOPs, though we call, but as I said, till the devices of all the devices are used up, your document should be there. It's not like you tear it up since they are absolute. Don't throw them in dustbin.
Okay.
Archive them. Okay. Though there will be some preceding documents keep on coming. The superseding ones you need to archive them, and later once the devices are totally marketed and used up, but still you need to restore them, okay, till the life cycle of the device. Suppose if the device life cycle or expiry date is for 4 5 years or 3 years 4 years, you need to keep it for 3 years.
Okay.
Okay. And that is called, I'll tell you, like this is called as retention of records.
Yes.
These are all, like as I mentioned, documents are dynamic, they keep changing. Approve before use, review and update, revision status should be changed, availability, okay, the physical or digital document should be available at every operator SOP. Absolute documents, when revision is released, revision A must be removed immediately to prevent accidental use. If you keep revision A for legal reasons, it must be marked as absolute. Okay. Control of records. The permanent history. Records are static. Okay. Like documents which are dynamic, which keep changing. Records are static means you can't keep on changing records every day.
Okay.
Okay. Records are something like your test reports, your validation reports. These are all records. Okay.
Yes.
And records has to be written. This is very important. They has to be readable. Some people write records very, very bad writing. Nobody can read it. Okay. And retrieval of records should be available. Okay. Suppose if I ask any record, if the auditor asks any record of 2 years back, generally lot of companies take more than 1 hour to bring that record because they don't know how, they don't have a system how to keep the records. Okay, so you have to label, identify, see this is 2023 records of QA or QC, 2023 records of production, and each file you need to label them. This is November 2023, December 2023. Of course, there may be 2 years back. So for that, your retrieval becomes easy. If somebody asks, immediately you can pick up instead of waiting for 2 3 hours or searching somewhere hole in the manufacturing company where this record getting confused. We should properly label and organize and store the records in the proper place.
Okay.
Okay, and this is very important. Retention period of the, how long do you keep them? The rule is at least the lifetime of the medical device. Lifetime of the medical device means it will be too long. Suppose you are manufacturing a medical device. Lifetime of the medical device means till you stop manufacturing of the medical device or the medical device becomes absolute. Nobody is using that medical device. So it may be 10 years, a new device comes, okay, but not less than 2 years from the date of product release. Okay. Suppose you have a medical device, you have released the product, okay, it should not be less than 2 years. Once you release the product plus 2 years, you have to keep the records. Okay, either you can keep it lifetime of the device, but when you keep for the lifetime of the device, what happens is that you will have, if you are not using cloud or any software, you will have lot of physical data, paper files where you can't store them. So nowadays people are using cloud for platforms to store their records, which is very easy and simple. Instead of bundling them and storing them in your manufacturing facility. So I know almost all companies, even SMEs, are using cloud platforms, converting all records into digital records. Okay, and the digital records are stored in cloud or in some drives, big drives or CPUs. They are storing them. But the worst case could be not less. Once you release that product, it should be not less than 2 years. You can keep up to 2 years or 3 years after you release the product. Okay, confidentiality, health information, patient safety, if there are any clinical investigation records, you should maintain confidentiality or patient privacy because clinical trials or clinical investigation records have patient names or their codes. So patient privacy is very, very important. Those you should maintain absolute confidentiality. Okay, this is a cheat sheet like you have a document role. Suppose if it is a document, if it is a record, what is the role of it? Document, you write instructions, template, evidence, and history. Blank interpretation form, completed inspection form. Can it change? Yes. Record you can't change. Documents you can change. Revisions. Key control, approval and revision, security and retrieval. Okay, these are some of the auditor's question or case scenarios like the quality manual. In the scenario, the quality manager has hand over your binder of 35 separate SOPs and said, this is our manual. Based on clause 4.2.2, simply having the procedures isn't enough. So what quality manual contains? Quality manual contains all, not only SOPs. It contains the scope. Okay, it contains those which are excluded from the scope, which are included from the not applicable in the scope. Of course, I'll share you a copy of quality manual. Okay, what are your devices manufactured and what is their classification? Okay, all that will come, and your SOPs, your QSPs, STPs, all this come in quality manual. So you go through all this, you'll get a better understanding.
Okay, sir.
Outsourcing, data integrity. So today we'll close it here and I'll share these documents tonight and also the recording. Recording maybe tomorrow I'll share.
Okay, sir, no problem.
But these documents I'll share it today night. And tomorrow 9:30 we'll join and start with clause 5. Clause
Yes.
5 and 6 are very simple and small, but we'll focus more on 7 and 8.
Sure, sir.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay, take care, Venkatesh. I think we have spent a
Okay.
lot of time today.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Take care. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Bye. Sir.
Take care.
Okay, sir.